I know I'm all smiles right now, but you know all the players out there are all full focus with what's coming up today. It's the PUBG Mobile Pro League North America Fall 2023 Finals, and it's the final day of our final event here of the year before we get into regionals into PMGC. That's all right around the corner, just like our sponsor, who hopefully will be there at PMGC as well. Monster Energy, official energy drink partner here at PMPL. I know I'll be seeing them in regionals because I'll have that lovely little mini fridge next to me, and I get to see all those delicious cans that I can pour on top of Seven's head when he loses a prediction game, which actually he's been kicking my butt in. But speaking of Seven, let's bring him in here because Seven, it's our last day, man. I cannot believe we're like right around the corner from PMGC. We've already had a couple of teams. Well, one team already pretty much locked into the league stage with Hyper, obviously, but who's going to make it into regionals? We don't know. And who's going to be the king of NA? And honestly, can't answer that question after what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, at one point I was like, okay, Hyper is starting to perform really well, and then at the end of the day, we're like, XTREME so was like, no, we actually want to challenge for this. We want to be able to win this too, and it's going to be a nail biter.
I've got a new name actually for them. Oh. It's XTREME Slay, because they got themselves 3 chicken dinners yesterday. And honestly, like without those 3 chicken dinners, which I think they're currently sitting on 4, they would not be anywhere near as high as they currently are. So honestly, shout out to them to be able to do so. And obviously, the whole team, as we talked about before yesterday, has been stepping up. It's not just your remix; you got the whole squad there by his side. And speaking of that, we maybe need to see that for Hyper because Koi, man.
I said enough about him yesterday, and they did at the end. He started performing really well, in a way, staying alive a little bit longer too. When the team was playing together, when he was together with the team, it worked out wonders for them. In Erigel, I mean, one that I can think of, at one point we were saying, okay, in Hyper, this is what can happen when you guys keep all 4 alive towards the end. Extreme Slayers ended up getting the best of them, but it was nice to see out of in Hyper to see all the 4 players alive towards the end.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they've still been doing well, though not as well as the league stage, I would say. But we'll take a look at our overalls and get an idea of where they currently stand, because they are in second place at the moment, albeit just 2 points, but second place nonetheless. And I think one of the scariest things about this is that they had a 14-point lead coming into the finals from bonus points over Extreme Slayers, and they've now fallen behind.
They did, and for Extreme Slayers, something that you just mentioned too is the placement points. That's going to be the biggest question mark for them today. Besides, if we were to take away those 4 wins, they've only gotten 18 points in the other matches that they have played for placement points, and that's just not going to be good enough. The one thing that's currently performing really well out of them is those elimination points, and as you mentioned, it's not just Remix. Everybody else has been able to step up. We've seen Robert GG being able to clutch up moments where they needed him to clutch up. It's going to come down to, can this team maintain that performance, and can they actually improve with the placement points? Because in Hyper, I feel like they're going to be coming out hot today, and they're going to be trying to hunt them down, especially with what we're seeing Kindness being able to do. GK first, Rin especially. I feel like Rin has stepped up in a big way in this finals. And we have a fairly good drop-off there between second place and third place. If any of the teams 3rd through 5 want to even challenge, boy, they're going to have to come maybe back-to-back chicken dinners and hope that Extreme Slayers and then Hyper gets no points.
They're going to have to go hard. And honestly, looking at quite a few of these teams, I think the story for me is just holding on. Like, if you're YKG, MEZEXIS, PASSIONFRUIT, just hold on, man. 6 matches, hold on to those placings, and you'll get yourself into regionals, which would be huge for quite a few of these teams. But then you have Canadian Eagles knocking on the door of PASSIONFRUIT, who have been able to step up really well yesterday. Execute even in striking range as well, currently in 7th place at 81 points. And I don't even want to count out Ace of Spades, honestly, because it's just like a 25-point difference. And we've already seen Ace of Spades put up a 30-point game back in Phase 1.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because they were one of the, I think, record holders, right, for this season. At least they ended up with that 20 ILM. 30-point total, so anything can happen if they're going to be able to perform like that, but I think it's going to be like a one-off. And by the way, Canadian Eagles, I have been enjoying what I've been seeing out of them when it comes down to the elimination points, but if you actually look at the placement points, they have been hurting in a big way. I'm hoping that's another team that's going to be trying to get into those top 5, top 7 at least to be able to frag out, because they've been able to frag out. They just need to start getting those placement points. And for PASSIONFRUIT, I feel like for this team, it's just going to come down to synergy, because we see it over and over again. Two players doing the complete opposite, or 2 players not really talking to each other, maybe backing away from a fight when they were actually should be helping out their teammate. Something you hate to see, honestly, here in the final, especially for a team that could possibly go to the Americas finals. And then here on the second page, I mentioned it yesterday, I think we're just going to be looking at some of the teams. Big surprises, just to name a few. 412 Nomads, actually big surprise that they're not even within the first page. Same with Super Lazy Reflex and LOTUS Esports too, a team that came in 5th place from league stage. For them to currently be in 15th place, that's a huge shocker for a lot of people. But for these teams, what I'm going to be keeping an eye on is who's going to be trying to surprise some of the teams that are actually trying to get those points, that are fighting for those top 5 situations, because we saw some towards the end of yesterday. If I remember right, the Butterfly Effect, I think, and the last game, they ended up with 3rd place, 7 eliminations, and then LOTUS Esports ended up with the 4th place, 5 eliminations. So for those teams that are towards the top, fighting for that top 5, they need to watch out for the teams, because at this point, they got nothing to lose.
Yeah, obviously there's going to be some like prize money when it comes into it, but the jump isn't outstanding when you go up in the leaderboards just slightly. So a chance to ruin dreams here for some of these teams. Imagine, some of these teams, I'm not going to say anyone in particular, dropping on MEZEXIS. And I'm bringing MEZEXIS up in particular because, man, you're talking about placement point 7. They have 31 placement points, but they have 3 chicken dinners. So out of 12 matches, they've gotten 1 placement. Well, I guess technically out of 9 matches, they've gotten 1 placement point. That's not a sign of a CCT. That's not a sign of a team who deserves to go to regionals. They need to step up here today and just try to survive, man. Not really getting these early engagements. Try to play for later stages of the game here and then start to work your way through there. I'm honestly worried for them. But you know what? Who knows what's going to happen? There's 6 matches to come, and we don't know who's going to step up today and who will fall. But as we did talk about before, Canadian Eagles We'll get onto them in a second, actually, as we talk about the PMGC leaderboard. I jumped the gun a little bit here as we'll take a look at bonus points, not even bonus points, the points here for these teams across both seasons and who will be representing us in PMGC. And it's only one team for North America. Fortunately, we didn't have MEZEXIS win at PMWI to get the extra slot here for NA.
Yeah, and at this point, I think it's pretty much said and done, right? At one point, it was actually close, and it was YKG being ahead of Hyper towards the top there. And boy, did it switch off, especially once we got a phase 2 and phase 3 with Hyper just absolutely dominating. And for Hyper, I think that the performance that we have seen out of them this season, considering that in spring they actually ended up losing QCC, which was a very strong player too. A lot of people are wondering how this team was going to be reacting with now Koi coming in. Man, I feel like they shot a lot of doubters, including myself, because I was wondering what they were going to be doing. And right now, there's no way that YKG is going to be able to catch them up here on the final day. I don't even think it's even possible.
Bro, 223 points they would have to get, and Hyper have to get 0 points on the day. I mean,
not happening.
You would have to get almost every elim in the lobby, every single match, and win to be able to pull that off. I don't know if they could channel the inner Vampire Esports, but yeah, not very likely for them, unfortunately. But you know, even with Hyper, how they've been playing and how they've been dominating NA in this season, I'm honestly still not quite convinced yet because no, I don't want to smack talk NA at all here, but no shade. Like NA. You put Hyper in Brazil, they won't dominate like this. I'll tell you that right now. Like the lobby difficulty dramatically spikes. They are one of the best regions, if not the best region in the Western world, at least when it comes to Americas. And they won't be able to have this freedom. They won't be able to get away with some of these splits they've been doing. Koi will be punished almost every single time unless he's able to regroup with this team properly. Like, yeah, they're doing well in NA, but doing well on Americas, I don't know, man. I hope they can. I hope they bring some NA pride, but I'll leave it until I see it.
I agree with you, and I feel like that's why I've been such a negative Nancy and calling out Koi and kind of just nitpicking on this team, because I'm not judging this team on in a way of how they're performing right now. I'm judging them on how their game style that I'm seeing right now will actually go when we go to Americas, when we go to PMGC League stage. And you said it perfect, and I've been saying it for a while too. Little things like that. Koi overextended. Koi maybe getting a little bit too eager to get another elim. They're gonna get punished right away from some of these teams. Not other than just Brazil. We're thinking about now for Hyper PMGC League stage. There's a lot of great teams in PMGC League stage.
It literally, there's only one tournament that ever gets more difficult than what PMGC League stage is going to be, and that's the finals of PMGC. But that is like the second hardest thing to ever fight in, to ever play in. But we'll see. They have time, obviously, to learn in regionals. We'll see if they can make things happen in the league stage of PMGC. But before we get to that, let's actually jump back and talk about Canadian Eagles, who we were mentioning before. Had a really good step up yesterday. Been putting up some good eliminations as well. It's kind of reminiscent of what we saw at the end of phase 1 out of them. And we're taking a look at their stats as well here.
Yeah, and something that I am enjoying, their average survival time is a little bit higher. By the way, day 1 is going to be on your left-hand side. Yesterday is going to be on your right-hand side. You can see they're being able to output a lot more damage. And what's crazy for me is how much more elims they're being able to output with only being able to improve, 100 more damage per match. That is just so impressive. One thing I want to continue to see out of them is that average survival time, because even though it says 20 minutes, I feel like they keep getting short. They aren't really being able to get those placement points, something we're able to highlight during the overall. And another thing is going to come down, if they are going to be relying on that fragging, it's going to have to rely a lot on Baby Tank. Day 1, Baby Tank ended with 8 elims, and then the next person following him was 5 elims with Bad Boy and Bob. Yesterday, though, Baby Tank absolutely pop off for the day with being able to get 14 elims, and then Bad Boy was kind of able to be there with him as well with 11 elims. So if these players can continue to pop off and they can figure out those placement points, I don't see them maybe being just in a top 5. They could maybe push for a top 3 situation too.
Yeah, definitely possible. And honestly, I would love to see it too, because I was very critical about them, especially in that first Miramar we had with Los Leones, where they were just sitting there. They had the zone for such a long time, didn't do anything, were sitting so passive. Second half phase 1, they came out the gate swinging. They really showed what they could do when it came to eliminations. But you know what, 7, Canadian Eagles, they have some time. They have a time to shine with 6 matches to go today. But I heard, actually, over last night when we ended off the show, you actually didn't even go to sleep. You went to studying. What did you find for us?
Well, you know what? Let me introduce you to the Players 7WG study. Okay, 7WG's player study, something along those lines. It's been so long, I'm a little bit rusty, but you've heard me kind of judge players. You heard me kind of nitpick things here and there. I actually want to take some time to kind of highlight some of the players from not just this season, also from spring. Players that not only have been consistent, have been able to pop off and continue to pop off, whether it's spring or whether it's fall split, it doesn't matter. And I just feel like it's time we give a little bit of love to some of these North American players that might not get that much love. Anyways, do me a favor, production, pull up the graphics so I can show everybody which players we're going to be talking about. And it's none other than Kindness, GK First, and Remix. So let me just back up a little bit. Let's just go with Kindness. As you can see, their spring performance, he actually ended up with 107 eliminations. By the way, the numbers that you're seeing are eliminations that they were able to get during league stage only from spring and fall. The biggest question mark for Kindness was, as I mentioned earlier, what was going to happen with this team when QCC kind of stepped away? Who was going to be the player that stepped up in a big way? And Kindness, I feel like he has definitely stepped up in a big way, as you can see right there with those stats. This season, this league stage, 135 elims, and not only that, he was actually able to provide 85 assists for his team. A massive reason of why NHyper has been so dominant. And when we talk about NHyper dominance, especially on phase 3 of this fall performance, we got to talk about GK First, because he was able to output 125 elements, a little bit lower than what he was able to do in spring. But we're talking about consistency, ladies and gentlemen. These are numbers that a lot of players wish that they could do, and for GK First to actually step up in a big way this season, and if I'm not mistaken, he has played 60 out of 60 games too. That is just so impressive. And for the next player, I feel like he definitely deserves some roses, because not only has this man been able to put up numbers in spring and fall, he has been able to do this with different teams. In the spring, he was actually with MEZEXIS. He ended up with 99 eliminations. And then in the fall, I mean, we have seen what he's been able to do here with Extreme Slayers, being able to put up 160 elims, pretty much being the startup, the superstar for his team. And for all these players, I just want to say thank you so much for your performances. It has been amazing to watch you guys continue to have this kind of performances, regardless of what time of the year it is. And for next year, it's a little bit of a call out for some of the other players in North America. I'm looking forward to seeing new faces next year. I'm looking forward to seeing that consistency and those pop-up performances. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the 7WG's player study.
Okay, so be like Kindness, GK. Okay, sorry, I was just taking notes here as I was listening to you teach me some things, Seven. And looking back on spring as well, I think one of the most important parts we should note is those are 3 top fraggers for the league stage in fall. But also going back to spring, GK First was first at 120, as you mentioned. QZZ was at 121 from NHyper, but he was in 3rd place. But you can see Kindness, who was actually right behind him in 4th at 107, was able to help pick up that slack, right, and help them excel further. Obviously, Koi's put up a lot of work onto the team. And then Remix actually was 7th place at 99, and now he's a 3rd place over the league stage. So massive stuff up here out of him, and obviously Kindness. Great little study there, Seven, and I'm curious to see how they're going to do today. I'm curious to see who's going to be actually on top, who's our MVP of the finals, because there's been a lot of, I think, battles for it. I actually couldn't really give you a hard guess of who I think it's going to be so far.
I feel like Remix is definitely in contention with the way that we've been able to see put up some numbers. I think Kindness has not really had the best finals that we expected out of him too. Same with GK First. I feel like it's a collective, because Rain has been able to put a lot of numbers for NHyper. Regardless of what it is, I was talking about consistency during that player study, and I feel like now, this final day of NA finals, they have to show that consistency. They have to be able to put up those numbers, because if not, the team is just going to start going down the leaderboard. Luckily for them, right, for these 2 teams, they currently have a nice little gap, so they might not go down the leaderboard as much, but they're fighting for that 1st place.
Yeah, and I like how you're bringing up the consistency, because it is amazing to be able to do this day in and day out in the league stage. But you got to be consistent past the league stage. You got to be consistent when it matters the most in the finals. And right now, well, Remix, he's doing it because he's #1 in eliminations in the finals so far. But you guys at home, let us know what you thought about Seven's player study. Maybe you want to give them a topic to focus in on and teach us about coming up next time, maybe in regionals. Make sure to tweet and obviously post on Instagram with the hashtag PMPLNA, and we'll check those out. It could be about anything. It could be about where babies come from. It could be about how delicious Monster Energy is. It could also be about who his favorite commentators are, which for me, it's going to be Hot Chicks and Zute, who are going to drop us into our first match of our final day of the finals.
Hey, coming from our favorite host. What's up, guys? How y'all doing? It's Jukes, it's Zoo. We're back at it here to the final day of the PMPL NA Finals, baby. Who's gonna come out on top, Zoo? Who do you think? And Hyper's looking good.
Ooh.
Extreme Slayers. What do you think?
I'm low-key rooting for Extreme Slayers. I'll put it out there. And Hyper, they've proved enough to me. Honestly, even if they don't get first, I'm like, this team looks solid. They're gonna go the distance. Extreme Slayers, like, I just feel like, you know, a win from them, a first place from them is gonna do a lot more for them, right? And Hyper, they're chilling, man. They have things locked down. That's how impressed I am with Hyper, that I don't even need to see a first place from them.
Oh boy! So you're saying that Hyper, since they already have that PMGC slot, you want to see somebody else bringing on top here? Is that what you're saying?
In a sense, it's just like Hyper has been so dominant that, you know, they've had their fun. They've celebrated their wins. You know, let someone else, you know, take the spotlight for a little bit. That's how I feel.
Okay.
But either way, Hyper or Extreme Slayers, and hey, we still got 6 games, Jukes.
That's true.
Another team could shoot themselves up. I mean, there is a bit of a point gap, as we saw earlier. Just a little bit, but 6 games, a lot can change in 6 games.
That's true. That's true. A lot can change in 6 games. So I'm going to ask you this, right? Today, the final day, we've been talking about it pretty much all tournament long, is, you know, we saw the leaderboards. We know that there are some squads, I'm looking at you, excuse, right? Some teams like that they got no chance. 0 chance of making it to that top 5, right? So they can pretty much do whatever they want. And we've seen it time and time again where those squads, they just, hey, they let loose. They're having fun now, right? Because all that pressure is gone. I mean, it's sad fun, but it's fun regardless, right? And, you know, maybe they decide to get some revenge on teams that shot their boxes, right? And maybe we're a little bit toxic to them in this stage, or maybe even in the league stage. So I'm interested in seeing if that happens. But, you know, what other team do you think that's in that mid-pack that could possibly be a dark horse coming in here today?
MEZEXIS?
MEZEXIS.
And I say that because they're about to hot drop right now with Canadian Eagles.
Oh, baby! Let's go. As a matter of fact, Quinn talked to me a little bit earlier, and he was talking about, he's like, man, you know, I don't know what to do today, man. I'm feeling a little bit nervous. And I was like, hey, you got to clutch it up, bud. You got to clutch it up. And he said, you know what? I'm going to bring it. I'm going to bring the heat today. So let's see if he's going to be able to do that. This is not the ideal situation. Going up against a monster squad that is MEZEXIS, and Bob gets that first blood. Look at that. Beautifully done with a nice knock there on the Crow.
Yeah, that's a huge knock, and you can see the way MEZEXIS is split up. That was their, in a sense, off-angle player. No one's going to be able to go over there to get that revive, and he is going to be confirmed as well. Bob doing a little look around. Yep, finds it. MEZEXIS in a 3v4 now. Oh,
Nice
good nade. Good nade by Baton. Let's see if they can follow up on that. And instantly right out the window, and they're going for a fast push. He could have got caught on that cross, but the timing was there, and he went for a quick. Canadian Eagles not able to react fast enough. We're back down to a 3v3. Excuse is also hot dropping with the Puppeteer. So we got 2 fights going on, but this one's definitely, I'd say, the more important one.
Yeah, 100%. This is a tough situation, I think, for both of these squads. Losing a player early on here is going to be pretty detrimental regardless. So let's see how they're going to be able to bounce back, right? You want to be able to at least get 4 eliminations and, you know, keep 3 up in a worst-case scenario. So let's see what the play is going to be. Bob looking for those angles once again. One thing I really like seeing from both of these teams is that both of them recognized when one player was solo, right? Was just a little out overextended. The second they got the knock, instantly go for that thirst, get that confirmation, and take advantage of it. And I tell you what, especially, you know, we heard Seven and Jason talk about just how scary Americas is going to be, let alone PMGC. Yeah. Those teams, if they recognize one player is slightly split or just a little overextended, they're full sending on that. And that's kind of like why I'm a little bit nervous when it comes to Hyper with Koi and his off angles. It is dangerous, but we're still seeing this little bit of a standstill right here. Both of these players just not wanting to make a mistake. They're just stuck, and this kills their loot timing too.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised MEZEXIS didn't just find an alternate drop. I mean, hey, they're sticking to their guns, right? And they could win this. They could still win this. We saw yesterday Canadian Eagles won this and got a huge game, so MEZEXIS might be looking to do the same. They are down 1 player. But one thing that concerns me is the amount of time they're missing out on. You know, this is not one of those faster hot drop fights. You know, we'll just duke it out, see who's got the better aim, whoever comes out on top. Both teams just really grinding this out as long as they can.
Well, which makes sense, though, because this is a really big fight, considering that MEZEXIS was in 4th and Canadian Eagles was in 6th, right? Canadian Eagles desperately trying to push into that top 5 position. And MEZEXIS is definitely a team you kind of want to stop in this situation. We're starting to see some shots there, in the field. That's excuse out. And that is the last place team going out in last here in game number 1. So talk about a team that really got nothing to lose. That's going to be one going into the rest of the tournament. I will say, out of that squad, I really feel for Chronix. He really gave it his all, I think, during the league stage and for this finals. I'm really looking forward to see what that player does, if it's going to be on the same team or another one in the future.
Yeah, either way, he should definitely continue playing. That is a standout player and, like, got so much room to improve as well. All it's going to take is time. Definitely want to see him on any squad in the future. So his day's not done yet, though. He could still pop off some more, show up some highlight moments as this fight is still continuing. They are readjusting their positions, each team trying to, you know, get a better angle in on the other. But the thing is, you know, with TPP, you got to be so careful. One small misstep and you could get knocked and thirsted just instantly.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there's something about, you know, teams at the higher stages that, you know, a fight like this, they'll have the recognition to be like, hey, you know what? It's time to let it go, guys. You know what I'm saying? And it's like both teams will just understand and both will just leave because this is killing their loot time. Now, fortunately for both of these squads, this is in the next circle. So it's not like they're both forced to leave right now. They can spend a little bit of time here. But, you know, this is not the best situation for either team because it's Lipovka, right? You're not going to have a lot of loot regardless. So you can see, I think Canadian Eagles are recognizing that, hey, you know what? I think we're going to have to cut the losses on this. Obviously, if they do see an opening and they can get that knock, then that'd be great. Maybe Quinn shot some shots there to see if he can get someone to peek out. Yep, I think that's what they're doing.
I still don't know. I'm torn between this hot drop, right? It's like if you are going to commit here, you're ready for a fight, but neither team really playing aggressive or trying to, you know, continue on that fight. And sure, playing aggressive means you could be at a potential disadvantage, right? With the other team holding an angle on you, being TPP and all. But why even drop there in the first place if you don't have a game plan in mind to play a little more aggressive? Because if you're going to drop here and, you know, play standstill, you're hurting yourself and the other team.
Yep.
And neither team wins. And both of them are in a really good position to be in the top 5. I mean, MEZEXIS is already in the top 5. Canadian Eagles just so shy from the top 5. You'd almost think they do like a gentleman's agreement and be like, hey, okay, we'll drop somewhere else. We could both make it into the top 5. But now they're just inviting other teams to take both their spots in the top 5 by doing this, right? Just sitting, not being able to loot up, hurting each other. Each one of them lost a player. It's just, it's not good.
Yeah, that's one of the things that frustrates me about watching North American play compared to, you know, more experienced regions is because they lack that understanding, I think, of the game. You know, an understanding of when it's time to just put the gun down and look and just because both teams are smart enough to recognize, like, hey, this is not good for us. Like, us staying here fighting is not good. Like, let's both just turn our heads, leave, and we can find a better situation later on, you know? And that's why, especially, sometimes we'll see a very veteran team do not so good in a bad lobby. You know what I'm saying? In a less experienced lobby, because sometimes they'll be like, hey, we need to leave. And the other team's like, nah, man, I'm going to fight you in this blue zone and I'm going to go out and you're going to go out. You know, we're both going out in 15th place. And that just kind of kills a lot of the opportunities that you have. So, yeah, look, right now, the next zone's already popped, and Canadian Eagles and MEZEXIS are still stuck in Lipovka, very underlooted, and it's just a rough situation for both squads that so desperately need points.
Man, it's tough seeing that. It's really tough seeing that. I don't know if it's an ego thing or
it's just lack of understanding. It really is, because you see
I can't imagine that they don't understand that though. You know, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like it'd be a different story if they hot dropped each other and one of the teams had a very aggressive plan, right? Because then it's like, okay, this is your plan. I get it. You think you are better. You will take the fight to them. Good luck. But if it's a drop and they all just sit still, man, it's like yeah. We're already in the second circle, and I know we're harping on it, but man, this is the first time I've seen like 2 teams basically in the top 5 do this on the final day. It'd be different if it was like a lower, ranking team targeting another team, but you guys are basically neck and neck in points. So
I'll tell you what,
yeah.
it's funny, like watching in some other bigger tournaments, like you'll see like 2 teams fight on the edge of a circle, and the zone will hard shift away. And oh yeah, look at that. Fate, what was he shooting at? He was shooting at the buggy?
I think he was just denying potential vehicles from anyone driving by.
Way out over here. This is, by the way, this is over here north of shooting range. The zone is so far away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was popping the tires on that buggy. Why? I don't know. He should be getting into the next circle, but you know what? He's going to go down, and that's going to be a tough loss there. So, yeah, rest of the executor leaving. But I kid you not, like, you'll see teams, like, on the edge of a zone. The zone will hard shift away, and both teams just, like, put their guns down, instantly get in vehicles and say, forget this fight on each other. Like, it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
Let's both just drive into the edge, and we'll fight again later. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's just the smart thing to do in that situation. It's like, hey, why are we both going to go out? You know? And Canadian Eagles end up being the team that goes out, and that is so rough considering that they were in 6th place here. So that is one of the teams on the cusp. Not a great start for them. MEZEXIS does end with all 3 other players that they had up with 3 eliminations too. So great start. I mean, well, I guess, a good solid one. They did get 3 elims, but this next zone, they're going to have to get into it.
Take a look at that zone. Hardship of North. It's so much real estate open. No one was really expecting that big of a hardship. YKG, big question mark for them. They just got a really favorable shift, but their game plan was to camp out this fight. So with that shift, it looks like they're going to continue to camp this. I maybe would have liked to see YKG do a rotation this time around. I know their strategy is fighting in from the edge, but that is such a good shift that they're not taking advantage of.
Yeah, you normally see teams go north in that situation.
Yeah, we have the mini map, so we could see there's a lot of open opportunities. They might not know that exactly, but that's a hard shift north, and it's like, you could put the 2 and 2 together. Chances are there's a lot of real estate open when the circle hard shifts up to the northern side, or any hard shift for that matter, right? The opposite side will be more open. So YKG will continue camp MEZEXIS. Hopefully they can pick up those 3 points since they are committing a lot of time and resources into that. Meanwhile, in other areas, teams are rotating in. Teams are moving a bit more further north, and it is starting to fill up.
Yeah, one of the things I wish that more IGLs really grasped was the nerves factor. And this is the final day, a very important day for so many of these squads. And there's going to be a lot of teams very nervous to rotate. So, like, if you're YKG, getting a hard shift to the north, I would, if I was an aggressive squad like them, I'd be like, hey, let's go to that hard shift side. We know it's most likely going to be clear. And if it's not, it's going to be a team that's really scared and doesn't want to move. And we could most likely take that kind of team. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are the odds you're going to find an N-Hyper or a squad like that up in that north side? So slim,
Right.
So, and I think that the nerves are maybe affecting them. That's why they were so late to this rotation. They are starting to make it now to Mansion. It's a little later than I think we would have liked to see, but that's one of those squads that I'm going to say, like, they can still win this thing. They really can. Had they have a pop-off day today, they could take it.
Yeah, they could definitely take it. I'm keeping track of the minimap. MEZEXIS smartly rotates in the blue to the north. I don't know how they had the Spidey instincts, I guess. I don't know, but they did not rotate the straight way in, and YKG is going to miss out on camping those points. Very good play for MEZEXIS. You can see right there, they just swooped all the way to the north on the hard shift side, which is more open, so good job for them. Using the blue to their advantage, playing it extremely cautious and safe. Next zone shift will be coming out soon. PASSIONFRUIT dead in the center, and Hyper holding that God compound. We saw what, I think it was Canadian Eagles?
I think so.
that had that compound, or it was 412 Nomads that had that compound and got like a
Wow.
18-19 winner chicken dinner, and Hyper is going to be loving that zone. Where is Extreme Slayers at? Extreme Slayers on the east side. That's a tough shift for them. There is no cover for them coming in from the east side. It's all going to be tough battles for them all the way in.
Yeah, they're going to have to come down that hillside through shelter and kind of use that as sightlines to find a way in here. And Hyper holding that really strong compound like you mentioned. I see Wall Street Bets there. Looks like they got Slimmy back in here. That's a great sight to see. I think this guy could definitely get things done for his squad. Looks like they're going to be holding that OP dip area. Let's see how they decide to hold that. Meanwhile, we're looking at BOPE all the way over here towards prison. So they're going to be very late on the rotation with no information at all. So this is going to be kind of a YOLO sand. Speaking of YOLO sands, YKG heading out into execute. And let's see how they're going to go ahead and get it down. Oh, and get YKG going to take them out just like that. So execute done and dusted. OP dip is theirs.
Yeah, great play by YKG. That's the only way you could take that spot with so many sight lines, you know, looking in you on top of the hill. You got to just drive straight in. And luckily for them, it was only a two-man of execute. YKG did lose Joey, though, at some point during that rotation. But they get a great spot, and it's really central. They should be getting the next few zones as well. So they're just chilling. Hopefully the zones will bless them a little bit more. Wall Street Bets taking a fight with Ace of Spades. That's one player down, Ace of Spades, making nice headway into the west side of the circle.
All right, well, let's see just how much headway they're going to make. Meanwhile, we're looking at Wall Street Bets. Rocking a little bit of a split here. And, it looks like they might even get ran over. And one player overextended. Take it out. And he should have had support fire, but Cordy was just too busy dealing with players all by himself. Can he get these finishes? He does. Very nice shot. So just we're seeing kind of just random rotations here, right? Players just getting very desperate. I think the nerves are definitely getting to a lot of them. It is game number 1 on the last day. And, yeah, we're seeing just some shenanigans a little bit as we watch Cloudy get into it here with Cordy.
Yeah, Butterfly Effect will manage to keep up too, so Wall Street Bets really getting cut down here. And Slammy actually got knocked in the OP dip. I think he was trying to provide cover, and someone just, you know, knocked him right down. So Wall Street Bets down to the 1. Butterfly Effect having to worry about Ace of Spades as well, including that player behind them, the last of Wall Street Bets, Cordy. Let's see what he could do here. He's going to readjust to the wall side. He's got a nade in hand. Maybe he could find it. Kubi trying to provide cover, and they spot him out. Oh, the nade is good, though.
Cloudy
goes down.
He got the confirmation. Very nice for Cordy. He's going to go down to the blue zone here regardless. But very nice effort there from Wall Street Bets. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
I
nope.
thought he was. I really thought he was. He's sneaking, and he might have some time to make something happen. He has to run out in the open, and Kubi was waiting for him.
Yeah, that's a tough fight to win right there. Kubi doing a really good job trying to stay alive here. I'm surprised Ace of Spades didn't play a bit more aggressive. You know, it's just one player up. The elimination feed might have gotten hectic, but they should be able to keep track enough to know that's a really weak tween. And they have 4 up. Just finish that player off. MEZEXIS here. Skyline in the blue zone gets taken out. So MEZEXIS, oh man, they might have won the fight, the hot drop, but that is not the amount of points that they're looking to take. 5 eliminations is not too bad, but we know they could do so much better.
For sure. 5 points on the board. That's going to be 0 placement points going out this early. So this is what we're talking about, right? Those hot drops. Yeah, you get some points on the board, but you're in a position where you still want to take this thing, right? You want to get first place, not just top 5. And a game like that is going to hurt. Hopefully, I know this should have been a lesson that we hope they would have learned a little earlier on, but they still have 5 matches left to go. A lot can happen.
Yeah, a lesson for both Canadian Eagles and MEZEXIS, right? You're not doing anyone a favor when you're doing those hot drops. 24K with the nade,
Nice.
getting a 2-pointer right there, wiping out BOPE. YKG, they're in a great spot. I wish Joey was still up, man. If they had a 4-man right here, there's a good chance that, you know, we might see an N-Hyper YKG showdown again, as we saw the other day. But with 3, it's going to be so tough fighting out of there. If they lose the zone, they are more on the edge compared to N-Hyper. YKG with 3 are making it work, though. They're putting in the points and getting the placement points very soon.
Yes, I call this little OP mini dip right here on the north side of it. And meanwhile, SLR is going to probably go ahead and head their way. Oh, you can see Liam trying to make those shots. He's got that M249. Stellar's pretty beat up as he headed on over to that shack. And the question for everybody, which team will win this match? And I'm gonna put my money, my UC there on NHyper. I mean, these guys have been big chilling, dead center. Only one elimination, but that's all they need. They're looking pretty here.
Yeah, they're in a great spot to get the points when the zone closes one more time. And yeah, everyone's gonna pick NHyper. It's an obvious pick. They have 4 up. They're in the best position. And even if they weren't in the best position, it's NHyper. People would still pick them. Chico gets knocked by a nade. So that's getting a little bit sketchy for them in that dip. Hopefully they could get Chico up. Ace of Spades fighting with 412 on the northwestern edge. Ace of Spades not fully yet in the zone. Neither is 412, so they're both playing a little bit outside of the zone, trying to get some knocks before going into the open.
Let's take a look here. What Knox 412 is going to be able to get. Yeah, they're still on this edge, and they really don't have very much. They don't have a real solid place to go, so they're just going to have to just try to get as many eliminations as possible. The push onto YKG is probably going to be imminent for them. Because even if they tried to hug the circle and tried to head over to like near Passionfruit, they're going to get shot up like crazy. So Stellar still trying to annoy YKG from the shack. Get a sneaky nade off. And it looks like that's what 412's plan is. Yeah, they're going to have to send it right on in. And oh, they're going for the runovers. Who's going to win this battle? It's YKG versus 412. Shots going back and forth. And Chico clutching it up with a DBS. Can he get it done? Oh. He does.
Full reset. Oh, Stellar's trying to make a play. He just threw a nade. Hopefully they're far enough. Stellar really wanting to take out that team, and he gets punished for it. Kindness helping out YKG. I don't know if Kindness knows that he might have just saved YKG there. In hindsight, if he knew that, I don't think he would have taken those shots. But man, YKG get reset up to 9 elimination points already. And yeah, they do lose that zone. I wish they had Joey up. They could really do something with 4 from that position, but with 3, it's going to be tough. But what a hold from them. On the south side, fights still continue to happen. Extreme Slayers, they're still here, but they're down to 1. Frady nades himself. This would have been a huge game for Extreme Slayers if they won this fight against Lotus, but Lotus just holding this down a little bit too well. It's down to Remix to put up whatever points he can for the team.
Oh, brutal back and forth coming up on here as things are starting to heat up. And yeah, when it comes to that Kindness elimination there on the SLR, I know Shifon's going to be watching this, and that is one thing that I think that NHyper needs to really understand going into the next stages. They gotta know when it's time to allow a player to live. Just like we saw one team in particular, Alpha 7, do to them in the Americas Championship Finals last time. They let a team live and took them out. That's the reason why they didn't make it to that next stage. So let's see here what's gonna happen though at the end, as Lotus still in the mix here, trying to get some shots. Passionfruit still alive with 4, controlling Shelter.
Yeah, Passionfruit can pick up a lot of points here. After they take out Lotus, they'll have full control of the southern side. And Hyper's still in zone, so Hyper is going to just sit still for 1 more circle, most likely. Extreme Slayers, this is a tough game for them, right? They came in here in the lead in first, but NHyper has 4 up into the late game, and you're down to 1. Man, you hate to see this happen. Extreme Slayers is going to lose that lead, most likely. Ace of Spades staying alive with 4 for a very solid amount of time. That's quite impressive because on the west side, there's not too much hard cover to utilize, so they're finding whatever they can, and all 4 players still up.
Well, speaking of impressive, YKG with 9 eliminations. That's going to be some huge points for them here. If they could stay up and just try to get a few elimination points, that'll be huge. You can see they don't have any coverage from where they are, so they're going to have to use those smokes, possibly even make a push onto the broken wall there next to NHyper. It's going to be dangerous, but there's not a lot of options here for them. And this team, yeah, YKG were in 3rd place. Not to mention you got Passionfruit in 5th. Canadian Eagles, since they went out, they were in 6th. This is going to be a tough one for them to catch up.
Yeah, you can see YKG really trying to figure out how to do this. They know NHyper's there too, so they might be gifting points, just driving straight in, but they're going to go for it, crashing extremely hard. The shed is good. Koi finds 1, almost gets knocked, but I think that is YKG eliminated. That's a tough call, man. When you have 3 players, you can still make something happen, but I think they were so hesitant because they knew they didn't want to give the points over to NHyper, but that was the only real viable play.
Yeah, I mean, driving dead into the main building, I think, was a little bit sketchy. I think if they would have gone to the left side, they could have probably had a little bit more luck. But yeah, regardless, you have no coverage. You got to just make do with what you got. And man, even that shack over there where Blinky was could have been a play. But you know what? Regardless, sometimes you got to risk it to get the biscuit. And they wanted to win the whole game. So yeah, that was the play that they went for. This next circle, not a good one. This is a pretty tough one because I think Hyper have to move out into the open. So do the teams on top of Shelter. It's literally wide open, no coverage anywhere. So I doubt even we're going to see a lot of teams make it very deep into this next circle.
Yo, Extreme Slayers got a reset onto one of their players.
No way.
Yeah, I think he was knocked and he just crawled through the whole entire tunnel. And Remix somehow found him inside the bunker area and got the revive. But here comes the full send from Ace of Spades. It is not good. All of them but one get cut down. PASSIONFRUIT looking to pick up a lot of points here. And Hyper's making a play right now on the minimap. They're swinging onto the backside of PASSIONFRUIT. PASSIONFRUIT quickly readjusting. Look at how fast Juancho's reacting to this. And Hyper with only 3. They lost Ren on that crash earlier from YKG. So PASSIONFRUIT has a good chance of winning this one out. But Koi is just too good with the shots. Juancho needed to just hit one more bullet but couldn't.
Kindness now has control of this side. That makes going to make things much more drastic here for PASSIONFRUIT. Kindness and the rest of Hyper looking to soak up some big points. Juancho on the crawl saying, come on, guys, I'm safe. Try to get me. Kindness is going to have to go in the open here. Is he going to get shot up? No, they don't have no sight line. So PASSIONFRUIT is too busy with Lotus, and that allowed Hyper to push all the way in the open up here.
What a play by Hyper. I do think it's an oversight from PASSIONFRUIT though.
Nice
so much control, but it doesn't matter. Zuko getting one down, and Hyper down to just 2 players. They got a double knock off Lotus, which helps out PASSIONFRUIT. If anything, Juancho is reset. This is looking like a PASSIONFRUIT win potentially.
It looks good. It looks good. But this nade from Kindness could be dangerous. He knows how to throw them. Oh, that hurt him. That hurt that squad. Oh, Koi gets knocked. And now the ranks are starting to bring down the Kindness. Here they go. Kindness, got to make those plays. Oh, the angles. So disgusting. Valak does. Oh, I thought he was going to make it to the tree. He doesn't.
Blinky
Bay from the wide open shuts down Hyper. And he finds a crate. Ace of Spades in the top 3. Clutching it at the last second.
Wow. Blinky Bay being the hero
Literally
right
Bay.
now. It was a 4v1 and it still looks scary for PASSIONFRUIT, so I think Blinky Bay really helped them out there. Now we're back to the Lotus fight. They've reset back up to 4.
Fetty.
One player goes down. Fetty with the Bazan doing work. Gets traded. The DBS is good. Jumping over the top.
Zuko.
Gets the 2. 2 of PASSIONFRUIT are down though. Can he clutch this out? 2v1? Nice.
Got him.
Juancho gets the clutch. 10 elimination points. 10 for PASSIONFRUIT. And Blinky Bay is just chilling right now, getting that 2nd place finish. I'm sure he's happy with that, but hey,
he's
gonna make something happen.
He's got
full set of level 3 gear, and yeah, that MG3.
Uh-oh. You better watch out. I'll tell you what, PASSIONFRUIT. No, you gotta run. You gotta run. Blinky Bay, you gotta full send it. What are you gonna do? Why are you waiting? You saw so much action. Don't let him get a full reset on you. Hey, I guess maybe he's thinking it could be multiple teams. I don't know. But yeah, if he would have ran up, it could have made something happen. But just sitting there pretty, it's going to be pretty tough. But PASSIONFRUIT, 10 eliminations. Juancho with 3. Zuko with 4. Zuko clutched it up right there. I'll tell you that. He hit some crazy shots. Blinky Bay taking his time. Going to go ahead and secure that 2nd place finish. But man, PASSIONFRUIT win. The team that was in 5th coming into today, that is huge.
Huge one for them.
Huge.
There's a good chance. Hey, by the end of the day, PASSIONFRUIT might be in 1st. Massive game out of PASSIONFRUIT. We did see a little small, oversight though. They didn't watch their flanks. Juancho though, man, this guy is on another level right now in the finals. He was the one that recognized it and immediately went back to hold the flank. Sure, he got knocked, but that stalled enough time and put enough pressure out for PASSIONFRUIT to, in the end, get the win.
Yeah, speaking of pressure, right? Chico, most eliminations. YKG put up some nice elimination points before that game. Extreme Slayers not having the luck that they were hoping for, and Hyper getting some points as well. things are going to start mixing up here on those leaderboards right off the bat in game number 1 alone. There's still 5 more left to go, Zute. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, we said anything could happen on the last day. PASSIONFRUIT getting a win on the first match. The first match. Man, I can't wait to see what else is going to happen today. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Man, none of us expected PASSIONFRUIT with the position that NHyper have, but credit to them, man, to pull things off. I think it was Zuko to open up one of the most important knocks they had against NHyper to allow them to eventually win things out there. And PASSIONFRUIT, one of the teams trying to hold on to top 5. I believe they were in 5th place coming into this match, if I'm not mistaken. But double check that right now. Yes, they were at 88 points, and Canadian Eagles were 2 points behind them. A huge game to put them in more of a safe position for the rest of this event. There is a good chance PASSIONFRUIT are going to make it to regionals now, 7.
I think so. That's a great start for them and an awful start for some of the other teams. But you know what? Let's highlight some of the great starts first. PASSIONFRUIT, 11 Ilum, those 21 points. YKG as well. I mean, this is a team that's trying to, if they even want to try to challenge for that 2nd place, right? As they were coming into 2nd place, into 3rd place. Being able to put up 11 points, 9 Ilums. That, by the way, Chico, he was putting up numbers for this team. He was able to clutch up a lot of stuff for this team, which was great. Ace of Spades, this was a team that you were calling out, Jason. You were saying, you know what, even though they were currently out of the top 5, out of the top 7 even, they could have a pop-up performances. And even though it wasn't a pop-up performance in regards to eliminations, 10 points is a great start for them. It kind of keeps them there in contention.
I mean, for them, right? Puppeteers went out early. Execute went out early. Canadian Eagles went out early. That was 3 teams directly above them. So this gives them that chance to surpass them and really close in on that new 5th place position, which I believe should be MEZEXIS. But if I'm not interrupting here, man, there's a lot to break down because NHyper and Extreme Slayers, 2-point difference here in this match. It was looking horrible for Extreme Slayers as Remix to get the revive onto Baby Bray inside of Shelter to allow them to stay alive a lot longer and get some more points. They're going to be net even in points overall now. However, Extreme Slayers is going to be winning the chicken dinners. Then you also have MEZEXIS, who takes down Canadian Eagles off the bat over at Lipovka. And MEZEXIS was being chased by Canadian Eagles. So there's a lot really going on here with this first match alone that really prevents teams from breaking a top 5, but also locking yourself into a top 5.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the MEZEXIS versus Canadian Eagles because I am with what Sute was saying. I hate that those 2 teams decided to hot drop. Usually I'm for hot drops, but for teams that were kind of fighting for that top 5, they handicapped themselves in a big way, not only Canadian Eagles, but also MEZEXIS because they just took such a long time to back off or to actually fight after the first 2 players went down from each team that it became a standstill for the team. They cannot allow to lose that much time. They need to loot. They need to set themselves up, especially for the end game, and it hurt MEZEXIS in a big way, even though they did end up with 5 Ilum points.
Yeah, even Execute there only getting 2 points, I believe it was. So it's fate. You talked about before. He gets caught out shooting out tires of a buggy completely away from his team, and then he ends up falling because of that. You know, Execute, they are one of the teams trying to challenge top 5, and you cannot have any bad matches. You just need to have a decent day here today. Just like PASSIONFRUIT are having so far off the bat, as we'll dive into their player stats here and see where all their limbs came from. And Zuko, as I mentioned before, like his opening, I think that was on the kindness of NHyper, just really set things, either kindness or Koi, set things up for him and his team.
Yep. Yeah, for Zuko to be able to put up those numbers. Usually we're talking about Juancho. Usually we're talking about Nate. It's good to see for somebody else to step up. And you know what? I'm actually going to go away from Zuko because BULUC has been the big question mark for this team, at least for the previous 2 days. He wasn't really putting up numbers. He wasn't putting up any eliminations. And for him to at least be able to get 2 eliminations, stealing those Ilums, as you can see, he ended up with 0 knocks. That is good out of him. They're going to need for him to put up as many numbers, whether it's Ilums, whether it's damage, to be able to support his teammates. Valak, I feel like, is going to be a big piece for this puzzle and how if they're going to be even able to make it to the top 5. But Nate, I mean, we always expect Nate to be able to at least get some elims. Wancho, good to see that he's able to get 3. And Suko, as you were saying earlier, I mean, you cannot be mad at those stats right there. And you cannot be mad at them being able to get a chicken dinner here in the first game.
Yeah, honestly, like Valak staying alive, them holding on to that position. Obviously, the zone, I want to say helped them a little bit, right? Because if it went over more towards NHyper's compound, well, we saw what happened to YKG when they tried to breach that. But still, taking advantage of the situation they were given, get themselves a ton of points. And I'm hoping we can check in with overalls here just to get an idea of where we currently stand for these teams, because this is important. Extreme Slayers and Hyper tied.
Ooh.
The lead almost back to 40 points between Hyper and YKG. PASSIONFRUIT get themselves in a 4th place now at 109. MEZEXIS at 103k. And Eagles, like 16 points behind now. They cannot afford to have any more bad matches if MEZEXIS doesn't go out early.
Yeah, and for other teams, right, like Execute, I'm going to be looking at them. You were talking about what happened with Faye and how he got eliminated by just shooting at some tires from a buggy. This team, none of these teams in the first page can allow themselves to have a bad match or get caught off guard or even a hot drop. MEZEXIS Canadian Eagles, I'm literally laser looking at you right now because they are within that contention. They cannot, Canadian Eagles especially, they cannot allow MEZEXIS to start creating a bigger gap. If they even plan on hot dropping again on the next Erangel that we end up playing later in the day, instead of hot dropping, I hope that they just kind of force to hold them off on their rotation instead.
Let's be fair. If you're going to use Erangel in particular, Erangel is our last match of the day, right? If you're going to hot drop, they probably have to hot drop if they're trying to get themselves in the top 5, at least in that situation. But I totally support you. Play for the late game, man. There's no need to go crazy right now. Let some of these bottom teams who don't have a chance of getting top 5 really push the other teams around, hopefully, and not feed them eliminations. But let's actually head over to our commentators because we're about to drop into Miramar for the first time today. And you know we're going to get another wonky zone right off the bat.
Let's go, baby. Wonky zones. That's what we want to see, baby. Last day, game number 2. Man, match number 1. We started off hot, baby. I'm so stoked. I'm so excited. We got a match here, folks. It is anybody's game. We're here in the first Miramar of the day. And are we going to get a Southern Circle, Zute? What's the percentage? Tell me. What's the chance?
Oh man, Southern Circles and Miramar, it's looking pretty likely. I'd say 60 to 70%. And we were saying wonky zones earlier. Honestly, Jukes, on the last day with so much riding on the line, with so many teams contending for that top 5 and that first place position, I want to see some good, clean action, Jukes. I want to see some circles that don't go crazy and the hard shifts. You know, like, let these teams show us what they got and not the RNG favoring, you know, one team over another. That's my opinion. I don't know about you, Jukes.
Oh, 100%. Let's see it. Let's see what these players got. You know, you got to be able to clutch up in the final hour. And, you know, for me, that was NHyper's greatest weakness, right? Of being able to clutch up right when it matters the most. And for those of you guys wondering what the percentage chance of a Southern Circle was, 100, baby. 100%.
Yeah. South, again, we go. Is this going to be another huge MEZEXIS game? I mean, both times the circles went this far south, MEZEXIS ended up getting the chicken dinner, actually. They just straight up won the game with a lot of eliminations. So let's see if they can do it again here. But this circle, not as south as other zones, so it could still shift around center or north of Los Leones. We'll keep a close eye on that. But this is definitely a circle that everyone should be familiar with, especially for rotations, right? They should know how teams rotate in front of them.
Better.
Hopefully, you know, with all the VOD footage available, teams can adjust their rotations to give them more of an advantage. So we'll see very soon how this is going to start playing out. NHyper already looking like they're rotating. Yeah, NHyper not looting Minas Generalis. It looks like they're driving further down south just to play inside the zone.
Yeah, that's the play right there. I mean, we saw MEZEXIS do it before, and they ended up winning a match because of it earlier on in the finals, day number 1. And, you know, yeah, this is the most ridiculously common circle here. We've seen nothing but Southern circles here in Miramar. So let's see. Oh, wow. Remix with the laydown headshots, taking those all day long. Pop, 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 pop. Faye getting half HP. That should be enough. I don't think the rest of the Puppeteers are going to be able to get that res off. So, man, Remix, this guy's so dangerous.
Huge point for Extreme Slayers. And Extreme Slayers last match actually didn't do too bad. They got 6 points, and Hyper only got 8, which did put them on a tie. So I thought that was going to be a much bigger game for Hyper, but Extreme Slayers, they still get the points in. And you got to watch the off angle from Liu Jing. Oh, he's got an AK Iron Sight, and
Tough shots.
Tries what he can. 2 down for the side of Puppeteers now.
This is dangerous because they know where he is. Like, they know where he is. He's so separated. He might as well have shot a flare gun in the air, and he's going to get pieced up here. No chance at all. Beautifully done. And this is worst case scenario for Puppeteer because they were in they're 9th, right? MEZEXIS was in 5th with 103 points. So that's a big gap. That's a big gap to cost. That's 40 points, almost 40 points total. So that's what they would need if they want to, at the minimum, right, try to get into that top 5 so they can move forward. And a start like this, it's not looking like it's going to happen.
Yeah, there's like 3 teams outside of the top 5 that have close points, and then beyond that, it starts dropping off very heavily. You're going to need to see like a chicken dinner out of those teams in the mid pack and below to have a chance at the top 5 even.
Yeah.
But Extreme Slayers right now, they are racking up the points, and every single point they get, Hyper sees it, and Hyper should be feeling just a little more pressure. There's another point for you, Hyper, that you're going to have to try and catch up to. And one of the players got all 3 of those points, actually. It was a Remix. I think Remix got all 3 eliminations.
Dude, Remix is a monster. I'll tell you that. One thing I've started to think is that Extreme Slayers have that clutch factor. You know, Remix, just by looking at his play and his aggressiveness and just his accuracy, you can tell when a player has that ice water in their veins. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, they're dialed in.
Yeah, when they're just dialed in. And that, to me, is one of the biggest factors when it comes to players here. And I will say, there's a massive difference from playing right now in the PMPL NA Finals versus at LAN. Those hands shake a lot harder when you have cameras in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You're not in your house. You know, you're not laying in your little belly on your bed, comfy. You know what I'm saying? Got your water next to you. No. You got the lights going on. It's tough coming LAN time. And there's some players that just have that innate ability to, when the pressure comes on, they just get dialed in, right? And Remix, if you're gonna take a player out, that's how you're gonna do it on rotation. Oh, that's so tough. You can't rotate into areas blind.
Man, I don't know if it's available on the VODs, but 412, this might be their loot location. I can be wrong, which is why maybe Extreme Slayers just drove in here thinking it was free. I don't know if they were coming in here to loot or if it was a rotation. Maybe even to just loot, because they took a lot of time fighting Puppeteers early on with a lot of scrap loot. So that is very unfortunate. 3 points for Extreme Slayers. They lose 1. Oh, they might lose 2 now. Rainy Candy clutched it up. Goes offensive. Yeah, shotgun in hand only. Yeah, they were looking for loot. And 412, they've been here chilling. Yeah. They've been looting this place up.
And this is one of those where, like, I guarantee you Remix is like, why are you here? You know? Why are you here? This is all the way up in El Hazahar. This is so far out of the circle. And 412 was just camping it, right? So
I mean, I think they were just looting.
Were they? I mean, it's just like, that's a long time to loot, you know? But who knows? Who knows what happens in that kind of situation? 412 Nomads. Yeah, they had such a go at it. 60 points. They needed 40. I mean, 40 still you could still do 40. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's impossible. Yeah, I mean, with 5 games, a good solid chicken dinner, you could do 40. So with, it kind of makes me put a little question mark over my head a little bit to see if 412 stay there. I am going to assume the best, and I'll say that it was a set play, that they expected Extreme Slayers to kind of come through there, and that's why they took so long. Maybe they did some homework. I don't know. It's a little bit of a question mark because 412 definitely should not be given up, right? If I were them,
no.
you gotta turn it up another notch right here. You're like, all right, 40 points. Let's get some serious elimination, boys. We don't want to depend on the last match, right? We got to do it here and probably in the next one as well.
Yeah, and come the final day of any tournament, where certain positions need to be gotten in the overalls to move on, there's, in my opinion, there's always at least one team that makes it into that, cutoff that at the start of the day is looking pretty dire. So that's my opinion. I think we will see that one team coming in here today also that's going to have a huge day and break into that top 5 when it really matters. We're going to be heading into the next circle shift. Where is it going to go? More south to bless MEZEXIS once again, and no.
Wow.
Sticking out like a sore thumb, we see who is dead center
Woo!
on that zone
Dialed
shift.
in. Dialed in. And Hyper's like, all right, baby, this is how we clutch up right here. Right? Give us some of them zone blessings. They'll take that all day long. Meanwhile, MEZEXIS all the way on the south side. That's the team that's currently in 5th. So Canadian Eagles, Execute, Ace of Spades, every team, right, is going to be having their eyes directly on them. And that's a really tough place to be in, because if you are at that cutoff, if you get knocked and finish and they realize it's you, they'll go out of their way to make sure they take you out.
Oh, yeah.
So MEZEXIS
the cutoff.
they have a harder job, I think, than a lot of the other teams in this lobby right now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The cutoff is a scary place to be as a team. I still remember one of the tournament games I was in on the very last match. We were that cutoff team, and we were targeted. Even if the other team ahead of you is only up by like 4 points, which is not much, why go for a team that has 4 extra points you need to gain over versus just taking out the cutoff team? So a huge target on their backs for sure. And going into the last game, that's where it gets really scary. Right now, we're only 2 games in. MEZEXIS might not be heavily targeted just yet by like the 6th, 7th place team, but they do need to be extra careful.
Yeah, gotta be careful here. You gotta watch your back, watch your 6. And Kindness, you can see him trying to keep an eye out here, not trying to make any slip-ups, any mistakes. And yeah, it sucks getting targeted. I remember, in my short-lived experience back in the day, same thing happened. We were trying to cut off and get into that top 3 to go to the global stage, and player came over, sneaked one of our players and sniped him, And it's a hard situation. But you know what? I'll tell you what, especially in those times, it's so tough for your squad, especially if you have a squad mate that does get taken out kind of sneakily like that. I remember just watching him and being so depressed, and he couldn't stop talking about how he failed us in the middle of the game. I was like, hey, your job's not over. Hey, keep an eye on this player. You're going to be doing call-outs all game long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
watch the feed. Keep track for us.
Yep, exactly.
There's still so much you could do.
So much you could do. So the job's not done. You know what I'm saying? Even if you do go out, you got to be able to provide any kind of support you can to your rest of your squad mates.
And Remix definitely doing so right now, right? Remix went down first for his team, picked up 3 points already. He is going to be keeping track of things, probably even, giving call-outs for the teammates. So let's see how well the Extreme Slayers can do with just 3. We're about to head into the next circle shift. 4 and 2 is coming in from the north right now, still in the blue. Execute, a team vying for that top 5. Had a very rough first game. Let's see what they can do with 4 here coming in from the northwest side.
Next zone does pop, and is this going to go? It could even hard shift on over to Los Leones, so that's going to be a fun one. And look who's right next to each other. Hyper and Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers already down 2. This is rough right here situation. You can see Kindness looking right in their direction.
Yeah. That is not good for Extreme Slayers. They're down to 2, and they're on the edge of zone. They're going to need some circle blessings here. And so many teams they still have to make it in this zone. And this zone looks like there is, a good amount of space, but so much of it is high ground that can only be controlled by like one team, right? So most of the teams are going to be really cramped trying to find any type of way into this circle to play in.
Let's go ahead and see what's going to happen. XCZ gets shot up a little bit. He wants to protect that bug. He definitely going to need that here for the rest of the match. YKG are all really far on the south side. They have a tough rotation as well. So things are starting to get chaotic. Rin already starting to pop off. You can see him getting some shots there in the feed. And that's on the Extreme Slayers. That's Baby Brain. Yep. Wow. I mean, if you're in Hyper, this is the team you want to take out more than anybody. And it's Supra that's actually going to go ahead and take that elimination away from Hyper.
That's big. That's big for Extreme Slayers. Point denied right there. So
I bet you're like, whew, right? Like,
yeah.
Give it to them. Honestly, if you're Extreme Slayers and you notice another team, you almost want to crawl towards them.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Take my point. Take my point. please.
That is definitely happening in the comms. If they get knocked to N-Hyper, they are crawling the other way, hoping someone else takes a point. Stellar getting a nice knock onto N-Hyper, but N-Hyper is such a good spot on the high ground. I don't think anyone can fully push on them and, you know, take that spot over, even if one of them gets knocked. So N-Hyper is just big chilling right now. Extreme Slayers, I kind of like what they're doing. They were down to 2, right? But instead of just sitting still and hoping they get the zones, they're being proactive enough to find better positions to kind of, you know, sneak out in. You can see Huayuya on the minimap, so he is still moving around even though he's a solo. He's not going to just camp on the edge. He's going to try and get very center in a sneaky spot and then stay still.
Okay, all right. Let's see if that's going to be the play here. Meanwhile, we look at Ace of Spades starting to spread out. Where's Ace of Spades at? They were at 8th. Oof. Yeah, they need they need some serious points as well. So, still not impossible. Still not impossible. But honestly, if you're a team pretty much like even, Ace of Spades on down, it's chicken dinner time. You know what I'm saying? Yep. It's chicken dinner time right here, right now. If you want to have a chance of sneaking into that top 5, yeah, you definitely need one. So, Ace of Spades, not off to a bad start here. And where's this next zone going to go, though? Is it going to hard shift back to Los Leones? Let's deal with some wonkiness. It does it. And not a bad zone here for 4-1-2 either.
That's a good zone for, I'd say, almost everybody, because it doesn't go into the chaotic mess that is Los Leones. I think every team probably has some sort of plan in mind for a circle shift like this. We'll just see how the execution plays out. Things will get messy, though, in Los Leones, as there's so many teams in here. Let's see what Canadian Eagles can do from this position. And so, quick recap. 5th place right now, the cutoff, right, is sitting at 103. 6th and 7th place is 87 points and 83 points, respectively. So, it is very close for that cutoff position. And, Trick goes down. He should be able to get revived. Will Execute lose a player entirely, though? They don't.
Nice
so N-Hyper not able to get any points from up here. They get so much vision and control, but they're not getting the points. Kill Switch gets knocked and confirmed Talver.
Thirsted. That's gonna be tough. He must have just let a little bit of himself poke through a window, because that is not a good situation. Kindness catches Chronix and finishes him. It's gonna be the star player for Excuse. Yeah, Excuse just having a rough go at it this tournament. Can't really get anything started. Meanwhile, we're looking at BOPE. Yeah, BOPE are in 11th year, trying to make something happen. They have 2 eliminations, and even for them, right? Even for them, they had 60 points going into this. They needed another 40. Puppeteer go down. BOPE, like I said, chicken dinner time, right? If they want to be able to have a chance, it has to happen now.
Yeah. Everyone not in the top 5 minus 6th and 7th place, which is Canadian Esports and or Canadian Eagles and Execute need a chicken to have a chance. So we'll see if anybody can get that chicken, though, with so many dominant teams still in the lobby in great positions as well. Excuse did get that reset onto Chronix, but this is a tough area to push into, and Passionfruit is very close by, so if they engage in N-Hyper, Passionfruit could third party, and Passionfruit have been looking very good on their third parties and timings.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Passionfruit could definitely, if they want to win this, it's the same situation, right? Now, if they want to win this, Passionfruit needs to win this game. So they have to have a back-to-back chicken dinner and maybe even a third, right? Well, let's see. Oh, nice little bounce nade. That's going to be pretty. Stellar trying to find some angles. Got that S12K. Shotgun ready to go. BOPE trying to do some pre-fire through a little porthole there. And here come the Molotov. Stellar gets caught with one in his hand. And it does burst out. Oh, here we go. Supra jumping on out. That's definitely looks like a good play. He's got the DBS in hand. Pre-fires. Oh, SLR's in trouble. Big trouble.
Switches to the AK, gets some shots through, gets a thirst, chasing the last player down of SLR. Hopping into the buggy, trying to do some sneaky plays, but BOPE secure this compound with a firm foothold. 6 elimination points and all 4 players up.
Unreal. All right, here we go. Things starting to turn up a notch over here. And let's see, what's the play going to be? Where's this next zone going to go, Zoo?
Just bless Huayuya. Just bless Huayuya. Let's see how long he can stay there on that the edge of Los Leones. He does get the zone. it shifts dead center pretty much. So it doesn't change all too much for any of the teams. All the teams on the edge do need to edge in a little more. Excuse, though, have to commit to that fight now to NHyper, and they are losing. They're going to start off losing a player. PASSIONFRUIT sneaking into a great position on the circle shift while NHyper is busy.
And let's see, is Chronix. Oh, Chronix got back up. So Chronix got back up, trying to make something happen for his squad. And let's see what he can do. Is Matt's in the back line, trying to survive. Things looking sketchier and sketchier by the second. But again, not much Excuse can do at all, even if they won every game. I think is pretty much done for. But BOPE with 6 eliminations, right? We talked about BOPE. BOPE would need, again, a chicken dinner and a ton of eliminations to do it. And 6 with all 4 up is definitely the start.
Yeah, we'll see if they could finish this game out, though, with more points and that chicken, like you mentioned. As Excuse doing whatever they can to just rack up any amount of points. Yeah, they're not in the circle, and they know the second they move into that zone, there's nothing for them to play in. And I don't even think they realize that PASSIONFRUIT is already in a strong position in the zone right in front of them. So not only do they have to worry about NHyper, they got to worry about PASSIONFRUIT as well.
They're done.
Yeah, NHyper's chilling. They got more high ground to use, more high ground to play with as they are starting to readjust their positioning. Still just watching Excuse, knowing that's like 2 free points the second they move in.
Yep. And those are some teams, those are some players that are definitely some points that these teams definitely need. So let's see as we go into this next zone. I'm looking there towards that Los Leones side, right? Wall Street Bets have to push through BOPE. Canadian Eagles are right there. Joey and the last player up from Extreme Slayers is nearby. Definitely could see some action happen. 4-1-2 in a decent spot, right? 4-1-2. Where was 4-1-2 at again? Oh yeah, 4-1-2 they need a lot of points. So again, in a very dire situation. One team that is in a really good spot though is PASSIONFRUIT, right? PASSIONFRUIT with 1 elimination, they're on top. They're gonna get blessed with the crate as well. They're gonna looking really good right now.
YKG in the late game with 4 right now. We do have to watch out for this team. Definitely looking to take that first place position. They're sitting in 3rd place right now. Not in the best of positions, you know, down here next to the city with so many angles. Hopefully the circle blesses them a little bit. They do have 4, so they can make stuff happen. But not a lot of options to play in when you're just next to so many teams in Los Leones.
Yeah, not a lot of options indeed. As this next zone is about to pop. So there was the calm before the storm, guys. Here we go. This next zone is going to really dictate who's going to have a huge advantage going into this next circle, into the rest of the game, actually. Let's see. Is it going to center up? I think it's going to center up. And it's a tough one, even if it's center, right? You have that big mountainside. That's going to be, like, ridiculously hard to climb. And that road, which can definitely make things interesting. Where's he going to go? Come on down to the center. Yep. Set it up.
That mountain right in front of NHyper is going to come into huge play, but there's so many teams that's going to be looking to contest it, execute. BOPE, Wall Street Bets, NHyper has probably got the best position to watch over it, but coming in, it is still going to be tough. PASSIONFRUIT getting some of that zone. They are looking good right now. And on the southeast, we got a huge team, MEZEXIS, with 4 players up that need to fight their way in too, and they're mostly gonna have to worry about Ace of Spades.
Yes, they are. Meanwhile, look at that. Joey getting a nice knock there onto Jason for a butterfly effect. Here we go. YKG starting to turn things up, but they definitely need to. They are on the edge of the circle, so they don't have to move that far. And let's see how they're going to execute this. You can see the smokes coming out there from Kubi, trying to be able to pick up Jason, but they has to also look into the next circle, and YKG is going to be the team looking at him. Right now, YKG needs to have 1 player looking inside of the zone to figure out where their next spot's going to go, just in case, and the rest need to be focused on this back line 100%.
Yeah, that is exactly what they're doing right now. Chico just keeping tabs of everything around them. Not wanting to expose himself, because getting knocked now would be disastrous, as teams could potentially be pushing in. They put out enough pressure onto Butterfly Effect, though, to just push Butterfly Effect the other way. And NHyper going on a crash against PASSIONFRUIT. I think they got an opening on Zuko and decided to full send this. They know this is a very
Huge
strong
fight.
rotation to have, and they need to take this team out.
100%. Here comes Kindness. looking for some angles, looking for some shimmies. What's he going to do here in this situation? BULUC trying to get a pre-nade. Zuko is down and thirsty. It's a 3v4 situation. And Juancho and squad desperately need to win this fight. So does the rest of the lobby. Because NHyper have been on a tear here. GK first throwing everything he has. He still has 4 nades. He's going to throw them all. He wants this team out.
You can see how methodical NHyper's playing. They have the advantage, but they're still going to take their time with the nades. That other one might be good. BULUC readjusts, so runs upstairs. He's good for now. Juancho on the first floor. He's isolated. Juancho needs to come up huge right now. Jumps across the other side, still staying alive, but NHyper's jaws are just crunching in. Juancho goes down. It's all down to BULUC over here on this side. And PASSIONFRUIT so separated from each other now, basically needing to win their 1v2s, 1v3s, 1v4. What can PASSIONFRUIT do against the 4 of NHyper?
Not much. Losing 2 players is going to be huge, and BULUC does go down. So PASSIONFRUIT, oof, desperately going down is tough. And now, well, yeah, that's it. PASSIONFRUIT eliminated only with 1 point. That is the 4th place team, folks. Canadian Eagles, MEZEXIS, even a squad like BOPE, right? This is a huge opportunity for them. They have a ton of eliminations so far, and these guys are looking dangerous.
NHyper so clean with it. Didn't even look like PASSIONFRUIT could put up a fight with how well they played that. Sometimes in those defensive situations, you just gotta go aggressive. You can't let the other team just take control of the fight. BOPE trying to pick up more points right now, up to 8. Supra with 6 alone. Fuego looking to catch the last minute of his Wall Street's bets, but he will deny the points into the blue zone. Next circle shifts, and 4-1-2 is the only one in zone. And look at Extreme Slayers, they're still alive. I know it's just Hwayuya, but this is the team that is in that first place position right now. So every placement is huge for Hwayuya.
Oh, yes, it is. Any point that he could steal away as well is going to be monstrous. So if you can find an opportunity to steal some eliminations, it's going to be huge. Which team's going to have the most eliminations? Everybody went for NHyper. I'm going to go with BOPE here. I'm going to go with BOPE. It's not looking plausible, but you know what? For a storyline, to see if these guys can actually make a hero comeback, I'm going to go for them.
Wow. I'm surprised that one player managed to make it out of there alive.
Sneaky,
He did catch one. Oh, Canadian Eagle steals that point. Hello, Shaq is taken. He gets a point. Looking to get the second. Oh, yeah, smartly runs back in. He knows he does not want to stray too long.
Close the door.
People will be watching this Shaq right now. He's got to be worried about the nades. MEZEXIS is here. MEZEXIS, I think, won the fight with that Ace of Spades team. We didn't even get to see it, but MEZEXIS with 4 from this position is deadly.
Nice smoke there, and that smoke, what it really does is it just eliminates that sight line to that window, makes it a little bit harder to throw a nade in there. So that might buy Hwayuya a couple seconds, but yeah, he's in big trouble. Yeah, he's throwing every smoke he has to try and guard those windows so they can't just easily toss a nade in there with that marker. So MEZEXIS there on that edge, looking dangerous. BOPE trying to make a push. They do have Fuego down. Not looking too good. And NHyper, execute. Catching GK first.
Yeah, execute. Not able to confirm that point, though, I think. And such a good nade onto BOPE, but all the points getting stolen from NHyper in a superior position. Up to 8 elimination points is all down to Casper. He's wide in the open.
Ooh,
make that 10 elimination points for NHyper.
Should have went with NHyper. Quinn with a nice knock there on the Koi, looking real good. As Canadian Eagles desperately needing every point they can get. BOPE are eliminated. So that chance, right, that door that was creaked open for them to try and get into top 5, man, might have just been slammed shut just like that. Meanwhile, Canadian Eagles looking to make that dream a reality. They have a little bit of a gap here between them and MEZEXIS. This could be a huge opportunity for them. They have to finish strong.
Oh, MEZEXIS loses a player right there. 4-1-2, focusing elsewhere. They could maybe get a better position onto NHyper, but that's the NHyper effect. I don't think they want to contend with this team right now. They'll find their points in the more easy situation, which is taking shots at MEZEXIS. Canadian Eagle still has 4. If Canadian Eagle wants to catch up, they're in 6th place right now, right? They need to go huge.
They need to go massive, and Joey getting a knock on the Bob. It's going to be tough, but he should be in a place that, yeah, he's going to get rezzed here. With the sightlines and information that they have, they should know that it's NHyper right next to him. So I think that's why they're happy to just hug this side of the mountain for now. But I'm not sure if this is in this next circle. I think they're going to have to wrap. And meanwhile, 4-1-2 is waiting for NHyper. Uh-oh, the patience better happen. Any little adjustment, they're going to hear it.
Vic, can he get the opening?
Sneaky,
Good
good
nade.
nade.
2 huge nades. They should go aggressive now. 4v3 situation. They try to go aggressive. Insling gets knocked right there.
Oh.
And throwing the nade from out of cover, moving up. He's going to take a lot of damage for that.
Vic.
4-1-2. Down to just 2. The huge flank. Vic with the UMP spray only gets 1. It's all down to kindness. He does not clutch it up. That is 4-1-2 taking down in Hyper. The monsters of the lobbies eliminated, and Hyper still picked up a lot of points. This is a huge game now, a huge opportunity for Canadian Eagles in particular. Can they wrap around and take that spot? Doesn't look like they're moving. MEZEXIS is going to move in. And they took down YKG, I think.
Oh, and that's Extreme Slayers gone, and YKG eliminated. What just happened? This is a big game for MEZEXIS, not to mention an even bigger game for Canadian Eagles, because they have to pass up MEZEXIS. So MEZEXIS is putting up so many points, but Canadian Eagles already have 9. They have the high ground as well. They need to take out 4-1-2 here.
Yeah. This is a 3-way fight. MEZEXIS was only 3. They're on the low ground, which actually maybe works out for them because MEZEXIS can lay low while Canadian Eagles potentially engage with 4-1-2, but Canadian Eagles are pushing into the wide open onto MEZEXIS. 4-1-2 get third party this from behind. Where is 4-1-2 right now?
Oh no, 4-1-2 needs eliminations too. I don't know why they're not pushing. They need to get into this third party. They need to steal everyone that they can because they're so far behind both these teams here. But the one goes down. Here comes the battle between Canadian Eagles and MEZEXIS. Shots, hip fire coming out. Baby Tank with a jump shot. Getting up close and personal. The lean peak is good. One more, and he gets shut down. Inactive at the last second. Clutching it up, and 4-1-2 should come to clean this up. They actually stole some eliminations through the back line. So they did get 12. That's going to be number 13. 4-1-2 Nomads with a massive chicken dinner. Is it too late, though? That's the question.
Yeah, if they could do the same thing again, they got a shot.
Yeah.
They got a shot.
But here's the problem.
Man.
Here's the problem, though, right? We just saw MEZEXIS and Canadian Eagles right there, you know? So
that cutoff mark just got harder to reach. You're right.
The one team that they might have to start looking to catch up now to is PASSIONFRUIT, right? So since they only got 1 point here, this is going to get interesting. Look at this. BOPE with 7 eliminations. We're talking about those teams that have nothing to lose, right? Nothing to lose here. Starting to pop off in the final hour.
Yeah, those are some of the most dangerous teams when they got nothing to lose. 4-1-2 with a huge chicken dinner. Is it enough? We can answer that question depending on how well they do this upcoming game, but you called it, Jukes. It was MEZEXIS and Canadian Eagles who also had a huge game, and they're at that cutoff point, so it just made it tremendously harder for everyone else to try and break into that top 5 still.
Yeah, super fortunate for a lot of squads. I did Hyper end up going relatively early because they were looking really dominant. They did get a ton of eliminations, though. So big up for that one player of Extreme Slayers to still survive, right, and put some points on the board for his squad. But we still got our show here, guys. 4 more matches left to go, and we're just starting to get heat up. We'll be right back.
Big shout out here to 412 Nomads. They're able to pick themselves up a win. They were about 53 points outside of the bubble for 5th place, but that's going to give them at least 1 step closer. I guess the only problem is that MEZEXIS was able to do decently well in that last match on top of it to kind of keep that lead ahead of them. But things are all switching around constantly here. But you know what's not switching around, Seven?
What?
Great taste. Monster Energy. Official energy partner here at PMPL. You can unleash your beast by picking one up, cracking it open, and drink it along to the show because things are still just heating up, getting crazy, man. Like Extreme Slayers. First of all, we're gonna go. I'm bringing that topic up, man. They lose 2 off the bat. Hayuya able to get them keep them alive for a little bit longer to get some placement points on the board there, but if Extreme Slayers want to win the trophy, they can't keep doing this. This is 2 in a row that they've done it.
Yeah, and they got lucky not only because Hayuya was able to get those placement points towards the end, and I think he ended up also getting like 1 elimination. They got lucky because Remix, before he went out, he did end up getting at least 3 elimination points for them too. But you mentioned it. I mean, they can't keep doing this. And Hyper, even though they didn't get that chicken dinner, boy, they were fragging out.
Yeah, and they don't need to get the chicken dinner if Extreme Slayers keep losing people. Let's take a look at the match rankings. You can see 23 points for 412 Nomads, and Hyper getting 13. Extreme Slayers getting 8. So you can see Hayuya getting them 4 placement points, which honestly is pretty damn massive, right? They were tied, I think, going into this match. They were ahead by 2 points at the start of the day, and now they're only behind by, I believe, about 5 points, if I can do my math correctly. So they're still keeping and Hyper within arm's reach, but they need to bounce back here, man.
They really do. By the way, hold on, before we even continue with that, 412 Nomads, I know it might be a bit of a stretch, but this team, before this match, they were sitting in 10th place, and with this kind of performance and some of the other teams kind of just not being able to pull away with an ascending performance, although MEZEXIS there, Canadian Eagles, they were able to get some points. They could put themselves in contention, but boy, they're going to need a lot more chicken dinners and a lot more eliminations. So it's going to be really hard for them. And YKG, you were talking about them, 2 points. They're not going to be happy about that. They're not going to be happy about that at all, because this is a team that's trying to maintain that 3rd place, trying to see if they can maybe even push for that 2nd place. So with performances like that, it's a bit lackluster from our defending champion of NA.
I can tell you, they are like almost 50 points behind 2nd place at this rate. So realistically, them taking 1st, yeah, you still have 4 matches left to come today. Most likely not going to be happening. But also, what's important to note here, PASSIONFRUIT, man, they didn't make it to the 1st page. They got taken down by Hyper. They are, I believe, now the 5th place bubble where MEZEXIS was going into this 2nd match of the day. This is getting tough because Canadian Eagles, they're knocking on that door, and they would love to get themselves through into regionals.
They are. And Canadian Eagles, I mean, continuing with good performances here, especially with this last match, not in the first match, obviously. We saw what happened with them when we saw them go up against MEZEXIS. And now, going into the next match, talking about PASSIONFRUIT Esports, we're going to be going into possibly one of their worst maps so far this season, and it's going to be Sandhawk. They need to change that. They cannot allow to have a bad map here, especially with Canadian Eagles being able to put up numbers, MEZEXIS being able to put up numbers too, and some of the other teams that might have not had a chance, they're now starting to put up numbers too.
Yeah, we'll get into overalls in a little bit here just to show you how close things are. But before we should really even hop into that, we need to go back to talking about the title contenders, Extreme Slayers and Hyper. Let's take a look here at a head-to-head between their stats on the day. I know it's only been 2 matches, but the fact is, Hyper averaging 7 elims a game is just going to keep them out of reach of Extreme Slayers. Not to mention they've got the better survival time. And let's be honest, Extreme Slayers only have that average survival time because of Hayuya in that last match, and then Remix and Baby Bray in the first match, just staying alive.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it comes down to, where they really weren't able to do much. As I mentioned, Hayuya did end up clutching up at least 1 elim point, but that's, in the scheme of things, they're looking to have all their players alive, like Hyper was able to do there towards the end of this last match, to allow them to get those elims. And talking about elims, talking about players need to step up, consistency, what we were talking about at the beginning of the day, you highlighted something to me during this match that actually made me a little bit happy, and that was Koi was actually able to put up some elims for Hyper there. And Koi, I'm not sure if maybe they're switching it up. I haven't really kept a close eye on it, but they were playing a lot closer, and I really enjoy Koi when he plays closer to his teammates.
Yeah, well, speaking of closer, let's jump into the overall. So we don't have much time. I know that it really make much sense, but doesn't need to make sense because what's all is that needs to make. I'm lost here. Hyper, let's just go back to that. 5 points in lead over Extreme Slayers, and then there's like drop off of almost 50 points between 2nd and 3rd, as I was mentioning before. So realistically, gonna be tough for any team in 3rd, 4th, 5th place to catch up to top 2. But look at the 5th to 6th place difference, 8.
I'm not even looking at that. I'm also looking at 3rd place. Look at YKG. YKG had a healthy lead earlier on, especially when we started the day. MEZEXIS now just putting themselves 4 points behind them, and if YKG does not start performing here, they could see themselves being that cutoff performance there in 5th place.
Don't tell me why you see YKG maybe not making top 5 at this rate.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can see them not getting that 3rd place right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
we'll see after this match.
I can see YKG not making top 5 if they continue the pace that they're doing right now, man. Like MEZEXIS, PASSIONFRUIT, Canadian Eagles, all it takes is like one decent game out of all of them, and they could catch YKG. But you can see on the last page, Ace of Spades. I mean, yeah, they had a really good first match of the day, but only 73 points, so they're not really going to have a chance to catch. But we do have Sandhawk coming up next. What kind of circle are you feeling? I'm kind of feeling Northwest Island circle, but I don't really know if I believe it. What about you, Sam?
Same.
You are?
Same.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see if PASSIONFRUIT takes advantage of it.
Well, let's actually find out here as we're going into our third match of the day. At the end of this, we're halfway through the final day of games, and who knows what's going to happen.
Whew, could have said it better myself, man. Who knows what is going to happen, and especially in Sandhawk. Let's go. This is a massive map for so many teams. You guys saw the leaderboards. This is a tight race. Canadian Eagles only 8 points behind PASSIONFRUIT to steal that top 5 position. PASSIONFRUIT like to go to the same spot that they've been going to, and that's that northwestern island. They're going to be begging for that circle, but the last time that they got it, they couldn't capitalize on it, Zute.
Yeah, it was one of the teams just shot straight up that mountaintop and took them by surprise. We got a quick casualty for 412, maybe? Or did they pick one up on the Puppeteers? I think 412 did pick up a point just now onto the Puppeteers, and I'm pointing that out because maybe you guys didn't notice because they're so far down the leaderboards, but they put themselves in the first page. Take a look at those live finals rankings. Yeah, 412 Nomads, 84 points. Now they're 20-ish points away from that top 5, and if they just got a chicken and they got a point off here to start, they could potentially be a team that makes it into that top 5. 3-point finds one. He's got to go for the reload, though.
Jump
He
shot!
dodges a few bullets, but Reckless still finds him. And, the other player for once got knocked as well across the way.
Heartbreaking for 412 coming off a chicken dinner. They risked it so much. What a huge risk. And it doesn't pay off. They're going to lose 2 players here off the rip. And, you know, we told you guys what they needed to do in order to make it into that top 5. We needed to see 2 chicken dinners. And honestly, this could be it. Like, I think this is it for them. Like, especially if PASSIONFRUIT, Canadian Eagles, and MEZEXIS get decent points here in this game.
Yeah. It really comes down to how the other teams do now on this match. So, because even I know they're still up. They still have 2. But, man, Sandhawk with 2 this early on is not a map that you can really get things done with just 2 players. So we'll keep an eye out on them. But, yeah, like you said, it depends on how the other teams ahead of them do.
This is dangerous. Oh, what's going to happen here at this point? I don't know. Oh, so sketchy. It's so sketchy to see little plays like this, little mistakes, and for them to catch themselves in a situation like this just really makes me question what the plan is, you know, what the plan is. I mean, yeah, if they were able to get those eliminations and take them out earlier, it would have been good, but to me, that's just way too risky considering what the stakes are.
Yeah. And to quickly touch on the circle, Hot Jukes, and for the viewers, this is a very nice zone. It's one of those zones where it could go anywhere. I'm talking the Northwest Island is in, but it's not dead set there. It could go to the main island. It could go down to the Southwest Island. So, question marks for everyone involved in this match right now. The second zone will tell us a lot more, but this one is a nice, tricky one to start off the game of Sandhawk.
Yes, it is. And yeah, this zone still could go into the favor of PASSIONFRUIT, right? It could hard shift up there. So, it's just tough, right? Because if you're PASSIONFRUIT, what do you do, Zute, right? Do you go to that bridge and you hold it just in case? Or do you continue to hold that mountainside?
I'd say you definitely try and scout that compound. It's hard, too, though, for them to know it's open because I've seen them go there before, and they almost always run into opposition there. So this time around, it is open, and it's probably the best map, right? You hold that bridge, and there's that strong compound next to it. You have all your options open. But it looks like they're not wanting to risk it. They're staying on top of that mountain and waiting for the next circle to shift. I think that is one weakness, though, out of PASSIONFRUIT. They're a little bit more inexperienced when it comes to scouting and moving around beyond, their comfort zone. And unlike, the polar opposite and Hyper. And Hyper are so good at doing that. And Hyper could be in the second best position on the map, and they'll still send a scout out to scout out a better position that's rather risky. but it sometimes pays off for them because they'll figure out that it's open and they'll just take the first and second best spots on the map.
Hey, you know what? This is the hardest position to be in as an IGL, right? Because I guarantee you, if you call for that scout to go out there and he gets eliminated, you've just crippled your team, you know?
Yeah.
And PASSIONFRUIT are literally on that cutoff. They can't afford to lose anybody. So I don't blame the IGL for, playing a little extra safe in this scenario, but sometimes it's that caution, right? That could be the difference from making it to the next stage and not. Sometimes you have to throw that caution to the wind, but it's a coin toss. It's one of those situations where there's no right answer. It varies game by game, position by position. And, one thing's for sure, if you're in Chronic's position, it ain't a good one, right? If you're him, I'm telling you, Chronics, just go off. Be yourself. Just try to get as many eliminations as possible. And maybe, who knows? Who knows what can happen there in future tournaments for you?
Yeah, he's made a name for himself for sure already, so that is good on him. Another thing I want to touch on real quick, we were talking about scouting, right? Sandhawk, it is also like nearly impossible to scout because players don't use cars to rotate around, so you can't rely on spotting a car out. And players love, laying these traps. They'll just stay in those compounds, not make a sound. You think it's clear, you hop in, you run through a door, and bop DBS right to the head. It happens so often in Sandhawk. So that's another reason why we probably see PASSIONFRUIT playing it more on the cautious side.
Yeah.
It looks like everyone playing it more on the cautious side right now because not everyone is sure where the circle is going to go. We mentioned it earlier. It could go northwest island, could go southwest island, could go to the main island on the east side.
Yeah, that's kind of like the deal when you're playing in a tournament like this where everything is TPP as well. You will not know where a team is, like especially at Sandhawk at all. Like they'll just be hiding around that corner. You think it's clear. You start walking up and then bam, you're eliminated. If it was FPP, then, they would have to peek out. They would have to peek their face out if they want to shoot at you. But here, in third-person perspective, it's all about trying to make those plays. You know what I'm saying? And especially pre-fire is so important here at this stage. If you're just walking up and you have a suspicion, just shoot. Why not?
Yeah. Wall Street Bets coming in here on the southeast side onto 412. 412 are down to their last two players. Maybe they can pick up a point here. Just get something. Jun goes down, opens the door, and I think he's trying to bait out some noise. He's not running into the building by himself, which is smart. He's going to run around the corners of the buildings.
This is what I'm talking about, pre-fire. Like, if you're going to go into a door, you just pre-fire it. Why not? Because it's just, Jun is going to walk by the rest of 412, and they're not moving a muscle.
Yeah, that is not being diligent enough right there.
Oh, he missed it. Aleem saw the opportunity, goes for it, and misses the shots. Now getting beamed in return by Slimmy. Just worst-case scenario here for 412.
412, that's tricky. You could have waited a lot longer for the rest of the team to move down. A little bit third-party action going in, it looks like. Slimmy almost getting knocked, and now they're going to clear their compound. Yeah, that was a lack of due diligence, though, by Wall Street Bets. He opened the first door and then didn't hear anything, assumed it was clear. You got to make sure.
Oh, not the stab.
Out.
Oof, that's got to hurt. Wall Street Bets.
Jukes, the circle shifted, by the way.
Oh, it did? Really? Where is the zone at now?
It looks like we are going to go down to the southwest island. Dead center is like basically the bridge area. So PASSIONFRUIT not getting blessed here. It's not going to the northwest, and we're going to go away from the boot camp side of things.
Okay.
So maybe Ruins finish. Who knows? But this is a great zone for Hyper to play on because they don't have to make any bridge rotations. You can see them right there on that southern side.
Well, I'll tell you what. Another team that's in a really good spot is Extreme Slayers. They're holding Ruins down themselves. So they're going to have an opportunity to put up some big points on the board. BOPE, who put up a lot of eliminations in the last game, trying to go down swinging, but they seem to have one player knocked here. Hopefully they're able to get him back up and back into this fight. Yeah, look at how much real estate Extreme Slayers are holding. These guys are looking dangerous. So as far as first place is concerned, it's really a battle between two teams, right? Hyper and Extreme Slayers. I don't see any other team even possibly having a chance of catching them up. And Koi going to catch Nycrox on the rotation. Tough break for BOPE. And this was a team that we tried to see if they would have some life in them. They need a chicken dinner here. And honestly, losing two players, that's going to be it. I think that's the nail in the coffin for BOPE.
Yeah, Oh, look at Koi just being so careful with it. He's gonna run back and use his buggy. Yeah, it's better to run out. It's better to just drive up with a buggy rather than run in the open, because there could still be a BOPE player just hiding, you know, behind a rock. So he's using that buggy for an extra bit of speed. We'll confirm that point as well, because BOPE is gone. He's definitely not able to get revived here.
Yeah, not at all. So that's BOPE eliminated, and another point, right, on the side of NHyper. So they're just soaking these points up as much as they can. And if there's any team, right, that Extreme Slayers doesn't want to be fed, it is NHyper, and they're doing just that, soaking up all these points.
Look at how far away NHyper is also playing from the edge of zone. They are pushing out into the blue to make sure they create enough space. And I think that's a huge skill that a lot of teams lack on Sandhawk in particular, right? Just because you have the zone doesn't mean you can sit in the zone. If you allow that team to just sit behind you as the circle continues to close, it gets more and more difficult. So NHyper being very proactive to push teams away. Even if they're in the blue zone, they're going to push them further away. So great job from NHyper for being more proactive. And that is a huge circle shift.
Wow.
For Passion Fruit.
Passion Fruit.
For Passion Fruit.
Oh,
yes.
About time, right? Passion Fruit finally, in the final hour, get hooked up with the circle. And it's a good one. So they definitely need to completely prioritize that bridge where SLR could possibly hold on to. YKG might just swim around to the other side or even drive up through the blue zone around them. Passion Fruit needs to be careful of this. Meanwhile, NHyper have to move far away. 28 seconds left on the clock, and now they're getting beat up. This is best case scenario for a team like Extreme Slayers.
Yes, Extreme Slayers is in that zone too. They control the whole southern side from that ruins. So this is great for Extreme Slayers, great for all of the teams near the top, minus NHyper in particular, right? Even YKG. YKG is gonna rotate onto the north side through the blue zone in the north. So they're going to be on the side where Passion Fruit is. We might see a YKG versus Passion Fruit fight in the next few moments. But NHyper, they're not done yet. They're getting reset up to 4. And if anyone can make a wild rotation on Sandhawk, we know it's NHyper.
Oh, man. If they make it even into this next zone, I'm going to be surprised at this point. It is going to be a tough one. That is for sure. But you're right. If anybody can, it's Dan. Look at these shots. Oh my goodness. Kindness. Just saying, you know what? If I can't do it via buggy, I'm going to do it with my M4, baby.
That is disgusting. Kindness knocking 2 right there. Looking for a third. Oh, the nade is good, though. Jiwoon trying to go for the thirst. But, Ren is there to support. Jiwoon in a 1v1. Can he win this? This is a huge fight for Ren. If he could get this finish, he could get the reset up to 4. And NHyper need all 4 right now for Sandhawk.
Oh, the DPS is good from Jiwoon. So dangerous. So getting that revenge and looking good in the process. He's going to start getting these confirmations. He needs them. And, just like that. Yeah, NHyper crippled.
Yeah, Jiwoon, the last man up. Going to go for a revive. Blue zone is starting to tick, though. Here comes the rest of NHyper. NHyper, they're going to try and save Kindness. Kindness should be able to be revived, but this is going to be a full-out fight right here. The fight's not done. Wall Street Bets is still here, NHyper.
What?
You guys got to be careful.
How did they even have this opportunity to get these reses? I am so shook that Kindness was able to get back up in this situation. Now Jiwoon has to do it all over again.
Man, Jiwoon wins his 1v2. Now he has to win his 1v3, and he can't even get the first one. NHyper making it work.
How is this possible? How is this possible? This is one of the most difficult teams to take out. I'll tell you that right now. When it comes to NHyper, you have to finish them on the first attempt. If you even give them a second, they're gonna take you out every time.
Yeah, they're just playing so well. Execute here, trying to rack up some points. Gets 1. Looks like they are caught on the edge here. Excuse Kai firing some shots, not able to find more. Excuse is down to the last player. Next zone did shift once again, and I think it's going towards the bridge side. Yeah, we're going to be seeing potential water play here, and the main island, or not the main island, the south island, where Extreme Slayers are. I want to take a look at them, see how they're going to deal with the multiple teams that is on their doorstep.
Oh, boy. Meanwhile, look at this execute. In 7th place, right? They need a monster game right here, right now. Honestly, if Execute doesn't make a chicken dinner right here with a ton of eliminations, it's over for them, in my opinion.
Ooh, YKG.
Do or die.
They are going to be deadlock against PASSIONFRUIT. There's only 2 teams fighting here on this side. It is YKG and PASSIONFRUIT. BULUC with an amazing off angle. He never went down to the compound, setting up a huge trap. BULUC does not need to get aggressive. He needs to be a little bit more careful and let the rest of the team do a little bit of work. Oh, it doesn't matter. There's already 2 knocked. It looks like YKG's just down to 1. It is all up to 24K. PASSIONFRUIT with 3 up and got him! The full reset and the northern side all for themselves. Woo! This is the game for PASSIONFRUIT to come up huge.
And they could pass up YKG really easily right here, and it looks like they just might. YKG with only 1 point. Jason said it himself that he's worried that they could not even make it into the top 5. That would be insane. But if they keep having games like this, that door will creak open. Meanwhile, NHyper trying to shut the door on this first place position. Is he going to be able to get this confirmation on the Lu Jiang? Oh, he might. And look at that. Blue zone knocks him down. Oh, wait. Can you even see him? I don't think he can.
Oh, he still might get that point elsewhere on the map. MEZEXIS trying to come in here now. Pushing into the edge of the zone. Puppeteers. You can see right there on screen. Yeah, Baton up close and personal. LOTUS getting pushed in. LOTUS down to just 1. This is a huge spot for them as well. It is on the edge of zone. So all they really want to do is survive 1 more circle here.
Are they going to be able to make it? Let's take a look here as MEZEXIS, right? Another team that's so desperate need of points. Let's see what they could do here on this edge. Onto LOTUS Esports. LOTUS Esports completely out of the fight here pretty much when it comes to getting to top 5. But, yeah, they tried to be able to make something happen. Just make a show at the end and not able to do it. So MEZEXIS get 4 points they desperately needed. And again,
that Northern Island is still in. It is still in.
Wow.
Clinging on to whatever they can. This could be a huge game for Execute as well on the south side. They're down to 3, but they have the hilltop position. So Execute needs to play this correctly. Casper is not Execute. A tough spot now. MEZEXIS also in a tough spot as well as they have to cross this bridge, and there's 4 of SLR staring their way.
MEZEXIS in 4th place, so MEZEXIS are safe. They're just trying to put some points on the board to make sure that they stay in there. Execute, get into it with Puppeteer, and they do make it out. So Execute do lose another player in the process. That's going to be tough. 5 left, and Long is now applying that pressure to MEZEXIS. That's huge for all the rest of the teams in the lobby.
Oh, here comes a follow-up. Nade, MEZEXIS down to 2. Yeah, I don't think they're making it across here. They're trying with the smokes, but they could just spray and nade those smokes like easy. And what a nasty spot on top of that roof for the SLR.
Oh, yeah, then the perfectly placed molly. Oh, what a shot from Stellar. And down goes MEZEXIS. Now, we're going to see Canadian Eagles. Oh, they only have 1 player up, so that's tough. But PASSIONFRUIT with 4. Right? They were right below MEZEXIS, so we might just see them pass them up in the leaderboards after this game. Again, for another team that we're looking at that's left, it's going to be Execute, right? With 2 players. 2 players up. What can they do? Besides the obvious storyline of Extreme Slayers, right? Extreme Slayers, all 4 up, and NHyper's gone. First place, that door's open.
It is open. NHyper managing to only get 5 points. NHyper were in the lead by 5 points over Extreme Slayers. So Extreme Slayers, this is their chance now to not only pass up NHyper, but maybe create a little bit of a point gap. They have 4 up. They're in a strong spot on the map. It is very, I'm not going to say easy to fight them from the west side, but I've seen so many teams be able to do it. So if they play this right, it could go well. Hoya does go down, however. Ace of Spades looking to press up more.
PASSIONFRUIT looking so set up in this game. Honestly, Extreme Slayers, all these teams are most likely going to go down with this circle. Yeah, Kiddo with that nade onto Frady is tough. 36 seconds left on the clock. Remix needs to get this res immediately. He needs to get this res, and they have to push in, literally just run in. But it's so hard because Ace of Spades are not giving up, and this is a team that is, yeah, pretty much out of it here. So they could just stick behind and punish Extreme Slayers. They got nothing to lose.
Man, Extreme Slayers, I think, played a little bit too passive. They had this west side, they had 4 up, and now they're not going to be able to do anything off of it. This was a huge opportunity for them, and it is slipping out of their hands. Ace of Spades just wrenching this opportunity.
Remix! can't do it. Can't get it going. That is so tough. And Ace of Spades, well, actually, Ace of Spades had 73 points, right? If they had a chicken dinner here, it would have been good. But that Molotov from Frady, so dangerous.
The spray from
Serpentine,
Kiddo.
Serpentine.
Can he make it into the zone and stay alive, though? No, he cannot. That is Passion Fruit on the other side, just racking up the points. 6 elimination points for Passion Fruit. And let's see if they could close out the game. So the south side, we have SLR up with 3. Passion Fruit up with 4. Jason finally springing into action. Knocks one player. Is going to confirm that point as well. BULUC desperately trying to put out some pressure fire to keep Zuko alive.
Nate looking to get some more points. They need every single elimination that they can get just to secure that ticket to the next stage, right? That's what they want. Top 5 or nothing else. Nate shooting some shots, trying to see if he can get someone to peek. White Elegant from SLR on the other side. This is one of my sleeper squads coming into the finals, right? Now they're starting to finally turn up that aggression, but too little, too late.
Yeah, Long has 6 elimination points, by the way, out of the 9 from SLR. So Long always putting in work. Can Passion Fruit get that revive? If they can, that's huge. It looks like they're going for it. So Zuko getting saved right there, and that'll be huge for them. New zone shifts out, and SLR, they got to move a little bit closer once again to Passion Fruit. Passion Fruit getting blessed this game. I'd say well-deserved. They committed to that Northwest Island every time, and they finally get the zone. And the drive-in, a little bit too much speed. It doesn't matter. Nate goes down.
No way. Now it's just Juancho. Juancho.
BULUC is down too.
In a 1v2. He's got the nade. Can he hit it? He needs to. Keep his team alive. No way they lose this. Oh, he gets it. Oh, gets a nade in return. He's down. He's so low.
1v1.
Oh, big nade.
Another
Oh,
nade.
it's Molotov.
Backs up into the Molotov.
It's over. SLR. Steal the chicken dinner away from Passion Fruit. Brutal.
Oh, man. Juancho. Can't even blame him. But, he backed up into the Molotov. That must hurt. But, hey, still a huge game out of Passion Fruit. Those are much needed points. They're feeling really cozy now in that top 5. But, you know, day's not done. They could still lose it. Huge game out of SLR with the chicken, though, and Long putting in huge amounts of work.
Yeah, you know what? I tell you what, when it comes to position-wise, SLR is so strong. It's just their fighting that they struggle with. And I feel like, again, they're like an earlier in Hyper. When it comes down to it, the nerves are still there, and they have a difficulty clutching it. Because we see when the nerves are gone, they start popping off like crazy.
Yeah. They control that whole south side against everybody, right? They were playing aggressive. They were getting elimination points. And sure, they got zone blessed, but it's not like it fell onto the compounds the whole time.
Yeah.
They were pushing out of the compound at prime opportune times to take those third parties, to take those fights, to get more real estate on the south side. And you saw at the very end, they had a huge amount of elimination points. But I think the main story for me here is Passion Fruit.
Yes.
And that Northwestern Island. They finally get some love, and it was much deserved.
Oh, man, not to mention, and Hyper went out early there. This is a close race, guys. Who's going to get first place? Who's going to get top 5? We're going to find out in not very long. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
What a finish out of SLR. Finally 7. The team you said who could be the dark horse. They get a victory. It's been a little bit too late potentially for them. But the most important part is Passion Fruit. They stay alive. They get a zone that kind of favors them finally. Not fully Northwest Island. They get the trifecta finish, but they get themselves points to potentially push themselves farther up the leaderboards and push other teams down the leaderboards.
They were able to do the right thing there. We were wondering, are they going to, especially towards the end, right? Are they going to be pushing up towards that bridge? Are they going to be trying to get different angles? Ultimately, they did have Nate push up to the bridge. I thought that was great considering that the other players were kind of being able to provide that that off angle, being able to provide that support. Well played. Synergy, too, from the team there towards the end. Juancho, obviously, you can't fault him. He ended up stepping on the molly. He didn't even see it. He was so focused on the player that was in front of him. But PASSIONFRUIT, good performance when they needed it the most and on the worst map so far, this PMPL.
Well, you know, of course, Juancho didn't see the molly, right? Because he's too focused on seeing the regionals kicking off in just a week time, man. He's looking forward to the real prize here. As you can see, 13 points. That just puts them so much further ahead, especially with MEZEXIS only getting 5. YKG, they're not on the front page. Canadian Eagles, they're not on the front page. This is a really smart game for PASSIONFRUIT. This is what you and I were discussing, right? Like what they could do to potentially win this game. And I was like really a big proponent of like, man, MEZEXIS is out. Canadian Eagles only have 1 alive. You just need to stay alive here. Just get like some decent points in your belt to build up a buffer. And well, in the end, they get themselves a 13.
Yeah, like how opposite on that we were. I was like, okay, yeah, get the placement points, but on top of that, you guys need to get some extra points there with the eliminations. I mean, 7 aliens, they won't be mad at that. 13 points, so that's the big thing right there. And also, if we keep going down, you don't see NHyper here.
True.
You do end up seeing Stream Slayers, but only 5 points. Stream Slayers needs to be able to take advantage of whatever. And obviously, it's hard for them to keep in track. Okay, NHyper's now up, boys. Now maybe let's camp a little bit more. But for situations like this, they end up getting the exact same points at NHyper, and they just kind of cancel each other out. For a team that's currently trying to catch up to NHyper, trying to get that first place, they need to make sure they take advantage of when NHyper does end up going out. And Canadian Eagles, the team that was pushing for that top 5, oh man, I think it was Bob, if I'm not mistaken, just being able to stay alive, and then I ended up cursing. I was like, oh look, Bob's getting so
literally, not even 5 seconds later, like, oh yeah, Bob's still alive. Bob's dead. Poor guy. Let's see overalls though, right? Because things have been changing. You already mentioned Extreme Slayers and NHyper just nullifying themselves, so it's still going to be a 5-point difference between our top 2 teams. But I hear the and I know what you're talking about. PASSIONFRUIT, 3rd place.
Yes, PASSIONFRUIT. This is what we're talking about out of you guys. Even though it's really close still between 3 and 5, and also if Canadian Eagles can get it a little bit more together, they can make it even closer. Wow. Okay. I'm excited for this next 3 matches, man. By the way, you were talking about could it possibly be YKG not even making it to top 5? It sure is looking like it right now.
It is 17 points though, right? And we have 3 matches left to go. We have the Kendi, we got Miramar, we got Erangel. If Canadian Eagles want to have a chance, they got to start making plays because they're the team behind YKG, or they have to hope that YKG goes out early. Either way, I almost guarantee you Canadian Eagles ain't hot dropping MEZEXIS next time we get to Erangel.
Well, you know what? I wouldn't extend it that far. I see dumber things happen here in PMPL, but here on the second page, I mean, for these teams, it's over. If we're being completely honest, it just comes down, can you get any more points? Can you stop some of the other teams? Are you going to be BMing some of the other teams that are fighting for that top 5? Or are you guys going to be able to become pretty much free elims for some of those teams? Because if I go back all the way to Erangel, I remember Butterfly Effect saying, we're going to third-party this fight, and boy, did it backfire, and they ended up giving points to some of the other teams.
I had to watch you do that. I'm sorry I looked away from the camera. I've just seen you do. It's really, wow. Fantastic. Good way.
Inner James. Inner James.
Good way to end off the weekend here. Let's take a look, though, at 2 teams in particular, right? Canadian Eagles, YKG, their play on the day so far, just to kind of see, as Canadian Eagles have to kind of build up some steam and catch up. They don't really have the stats to back them up, unfortunately. The eliminations aren't quite there. The average survival time's not quite there. They really have to turn themselves around in these last 2 matches.
They really do, but right now, I mean, I feel like they're at least maintaining themselves there within that talk. Right now, they're only 17 points behind at the beginning of the day, 20 points. Obviously, if we average that out, if they continue to perform like this, they're not going to be able to do anything. But this team needs to start taking advantage whenever YKG does end up going out. Or, as you were mentioning, I don't even want to see this teams hot drop each other. I actually want to see Canadian Eagles be a little bit more proactive. If they can cut off where YKG usually rotates, go ahead and do so. Or for YKG, I mean, if you want to stop the threat of Canadian Eagles coming towards you, maybe do what I just said the opposite way. Maybe cut off Canadian Eagles on their rotations as we're going to be going to Vikendi.
I think if you're a team in 5th place and 6th place is close to you within a few points, you almost have to change your drop location that last match. You can't be predictable. We've seen it too many times. You know, thinking of Kanina Power and back then known as Navi, punishing them, not getting them into the next stage of the event because they were able to focus them right off the bat. Cloud9 having an uneven back on phase 2, rubbing that in, how they lost $50,000 in one game because they misplayed. You got to be careful, man. We got Vikendi coming up next, so you never know what's going to happen here. All I know is my eyes are completely focused on your MEZEXIS, your PASSIONFRUIT, your YKG, and of course Canadian Eagles, though I think Execute might just be a little bit too far out of reach. It's getting spicy, man. Even like the first place isn't decided. I'm really happy to see this. This has been a really good finals. I feel like ever since we switched like the point format to this, where it's 10 points for chicken dinner, we've had a lot of close games. And you guys let us know your thoughts about who you think is going to win. And obviously, if you think Canadian Eagles can pass YKG, or you think YKG are going to hold on, make sure you use that hashtag PMPLNA over on Instagram, on Twitter. You can do it on Discord, wherever you want to do it. Just make sure you throw it up there so we can see your guys' thoughts. Because you hear enough of our thoughts as it is, right? So.
Yeah, they hear plenty of them. By the way, you mentioned their Cloud9, and I think it was Pittsburgh Knights at the time, too. So made some Cloud9 people just kind of like, Or Beowulf was just playing some other games. What just happened?
I don't need to hear any more out of 7. So Hot Chicks and Sute, please take it away.
And we are going to take this away straight to Vikendi. Here we go. We saw the points. In case you missed it, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are neck and neck.
Woo!
Now, in the fight for top 1, Extreme Slayers and then Hyper, that didn't move too much either. It could still be first place for either one of them. And the games are starting to come to an end. There's not too many matches left for these teams to get it done, Jukes.
No, there is not. Here we go. 3 more matches, folks. Now we're going to crown the champion here of North America. And we're going to find out which 5 teams are going to represent in the next stage. And I'll tell you what, YKG, you got me nervous. I'm going to say it out loud. You got me nervous right now. And I can't believe that I'm saying that because Canadian Eagles been kind of hit or miss, right? They have some pop-off moments. They've had some struggles. But you're leaving the door open, right? If you're YKG, I think you need to shut that door right here, right now, with a dominant performance, so that way nobody can even question you coming into the next championship.
Yeah, it's even South Circle. We haven't seen this yet. Great circle for Hyper, but YKG, right? They are looking a little bit shaky. Sure, the points, between them and PASSIONFRUIT, and I think it was MEZEXIS, it's like neck and neck, but YKG has been the team to be dropping down on those leaderboards, right?
Yeah.
PASSIONFRUIT is the team that's climbing up. MEZEXIS is also doing really good job today, climbing up. So it's not looking good for YKG. Not the numbers alone, but more so, what is their mental state? They're starting to, dare I say it, choke a little bit.
Oof. I mean, I don't think you need to dare I say it because they already choked the PMGC slot, right? And that's just a fact of the matter. I mean, that was so huge. They had a lead, and they lost it to Hyper. So, and that was the big ticket prize. So they lost that, and then now they're starting to get a little shaky here. I understand that, they had a player that had to take some time off. They reconvened now, and they haven't looked true to form ever since, right? Hopefully, they can get a good couple games under their belts, and we can see that confidence. And we need to, because I kid you not, the last game, Sute, it's going to be ridiculous, right? Those teams at the bottom, they're probably sad. They want to go home early. They don't want to deal with this. We'll probably see them do crazy pushes. We'll probably see half the lobby gone in the first couple of circles. So you cannot depend on points in that last game at all.
You're gonna have to make it work. So it's gonna look like with this Southern Circle, also it brings a lot of question marks. We haven't seen the South Circle too often. I think we saw maybe one in the whole entire league stage, whereas this far south, so a lot of teams, aren't necessarily 100% sure where other teams are going to be playing in. And rotations are going to be a huge factor here with it being a hard shift down south. We saw the other Vikendi games so far today, or not today, during the finals. A lot of teams are playing more of a positional oriented strategy versus fighting early on Vikendi. So a lot of things to consider for so many of these teams right now.
things are starting to heat up here. Things are really starting to heat up, and I'm getting really nervous for a lot of these squads right now because it's shocking. It's shocking to see such a disparity here towards the end, right? And I don't know. We'll see what happens and who's going to be able to make it into top 5 and who's going to be able to take this whole thing. Extreme Slayers and Hyper. That's 2 teams that I got my eyes dead locked onto. And for those of you guys watching the map feed, Hyper, they love to drop all the way in Winery. And the thing about this is that both these teams are so close together on the leaderboards. It doesn't warrant a hot drop situation. But I'll tell you what, if Hyper gets another big lead on Extreme Slayers here in this game, I think it's time for Extreme Slayers to hot drop on Hyper. I think they have to, because they don't have anything to lose. Like, they have such a gap between them and Passionfruit. It's almost guaranteed they're going to get second place, right? So if you are Extreme Slayers and Hyper gets another little point lead on here, I think it's time for them to try and do a little hot drop situation, because it doesn't look like Hyper has changed their drop location at all, or even going to. So we'll see. We'll see what happens in the future. But right now, there's a lead of about 5 points between Hyper and Extreme Slayers. So right now, Extreme Slayers is just going to do their own tried and true strategy, just try to play the game and put some points on the board. They are right next to Ace of Spades. Kiddo, oh my gosh, he has nothing. He's just got a B-Zone and a level 1 vest. That's not too good. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen here. Extreme Slayers, like I mentioned, 5-point difference. They need to just play their game, put some points on the board. But if they can't and Hyper pops off, next game could get a little spicy. At the same time, those teams at the bottom, they can do whatever they want, right? They can decide to hot drop on, Hyper, Extreme Slayers, anybody they want at this point, because, I mean, Excuse, no shot. LOTUS, Wall Street Bets, Butterfly Effect, even BOPE. Even BOPE, it's pretty much done for. Puppeteer to SLR as well. SLR, 79 points. Yeah, YKG, 120, not going to happen. Yeah, so, I mean, it's going all the way down to maybe Ace of Spades. No, I'll even say Execute. I think Execute's probably the only team on up that have a chance of making the top 5 at this point.
Yeah, Execute, though, they have a long way to go. They're sitting in Dobro, and that zone is far south. It's going to be tough for them to break in. Like I said, a lot of teams playing positional on Vikendi now instead of fighting coming into the finals. And look at how many teams are positioned in the center. It is very congested in there. And there's also still a chance, Jukes, that the circle might shift towards the east side, putting a lot of water in play and making less real estate available in the coming zones.
And let's see, where's this next zone going to go? Zute, where do you think it is?
I want to see it shift to the east, honestly. Throw everyone a curveball. It basically does shift to the east. It is more favored to the east, and that shift might not look like it, but it is going to get hectic. I think we're going to see another slow zone here, like not a lot of fighting, but the third circle shift, when one of the islands gets taken out, or even if it centers up towards that side again, that's when we're going to see all chaos break loose.
Let's see if that's going to be the case. And yeah, nice little central circle, nothing too different here. So let's see as, Butterfly Effect taking some shots, nothing to worry about them. But I'll tell you what, Passionfruit, right? Passionfruit have been going on a tear here towards the end. Almost had 2 chicken dinners on the last day. It was stolen out from under them on that last game by SLR. Beautifully played, by the way. And SLR, I like the fact that this team is stuck together, Zute, right? They haven't had the most tremendous success in the past couple tournaments, but they're sticking together, and we're seeing them improve, right? So I can just guarantee you, if you're SLR, all they got to do is just work on calming down those nerves, being able to play their best in pressure situations. It's hard to do. It's not easy, right? Usually some people are born with it. Others, it takes years of training to get even used to it.
Oh!
And, it's Chronic's down.
Great.
And this is more points.
Great cover fire for Extreme. Yeah, Hoyuyo's driving that car and baited out a lot of shots. And Extreme Slayers is not only going to catch one, but 2 of Excuse. This is on the very edge of zone, which is great for them, meaning no chance, or not no chance at third party, but way lower chances of it happening. Matt needs to find a huge one with this nade. Right now, Excuse is separated 2-2. Chronix could get revived. Question is, how long can Matt stall this out and hold it down here? And
Oh my gosh!
from another side angle from Huayuya. It is
Right in the
all
ear.
falling apart for Excuse. And big
Oh,
big
wow.
points for Extreme Slayers.
Woo! Easy squad wipe right there. And if that doesn't really... Oh, if that doesn't just put a nail in the coffin, that is it right there. So Extreme Slayers just down and out. Meanwhile, we're going to see BOPE at 4-1-2 get into it. It would have been nice to see either of these teams go on a little bit of a spree and, you know, try to get into that top 5 situation. But now it's just too far away.
No. Executing YKG.
Uh-oh.
We were saying YKG's looking shaky.
Huge.
They're down to 1, Jukes. It's all up to Fierce.
It's over. It's over. YKG about to go down and out. You can see him just holding that angle desperately.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Fierce with the shot.
Oh!
Oh my gosh, almost clutched it up.
No, he is going to clutch us up.
He needs these confirmations. He needs them. He's losing his players. He needs to do it fast. He needs Chico up at the least.
Killswitch got the
Through
first
the
hit
window.
off. This is a big fight because Execute's trying to break into top 5. YKG are desperately clinging on to the top 5. This 1v1, DBS in hand. Who's going to take it?
He goes for the res. He goes for the res. He knows it. Kill switch. Gonna go ahead and he's gonna get right hand priority too. Fierce needs to be careful. He doesn't want to give that up. Oh, but he wants to go for the pickup. He doesn't want to lose his teammate. He knows he needs him. This is so close. Execute. Oh, he's gonna lose Fate. He loses him. So regardless, a dire situation, a lose-lose situation for Kill Switch. He gets one. Oh, and goes down. Chico gonna clutch it up at the last second. Should he get this res off?
Can he get the first aid off? Oh, he does. It. Oh, that is a nail biter.
Oh, wow. That is tough for Execute right there. That's it. I think that's the nail in the coffin for Execute because that's against the team that you're trying to pass up. If they would have taken out YKG and had some success here, it would have been a battle. But with 2 matches left, ooh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all.
Yeah, it's still doable, but that is
you know who it is by doable by? Canadian Eagles.
Yeah, they're going to benefit from that with YKG getting banged up like that. And it's not even YKG, though. We still got to remember, there's 2 other teams, MEZEXIS and PASSIONFRUIT, who are basically the same amount of points as YKG. So there is a huge door open. They just need enough points to pass up one of those teams.
Let's see what's going to happen. Things are getting interesting. PASSIONFRUIT, big chillin' right now. Not moving a muscle. We're starting to see some battles going back and forth. Canadian Eagles are right there. Right there near Nova right here. They're right there on the side, holding that edge in a very good spot for this next circle. So they're big chillin', and Hyper still on the south side, ever so dangerous. And Extreme Slayers are going to be controlling that northeastern side as we watch. 4-1-2 and BOPE just have a nice little rally cry before they go home.
To clutch this out and 2 more games if they want a chance, which is a very tough task for anybody. And the fight's getting close. Supra clutches it up with that DBS. He was going to get that full reset too onto his squad mate if the blue zone doesn't take down. Okay. Looks like he will get that off. I think is he going to just get knocked though the second he gets picked up?
Could be.
I think the blue zone
is still
starting
circle
to chunk.
3. It's circle 3, so he should be fine. Zone 4 is where it gets spicy. But and then 5 is where it's just pretty much over. So let's see. Yeah, they would need literally every game won. Yeah, all 3.
Yeah. If
they wanted to have a chance. And ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Ain't gonna happen with how these other teams are playing right now. So let's see. Let's see what does happen though as we watch this next zone shift. Will it center up onto Volnova? That'd be fun.
Yeah, I want to see Extreme Slayers pick up a few more points in this coming zone. They're doing great fighting in from the edge. They took down Excuse like cake. Then again, Excuse is a team that has been very weak and struggling. So maybe that's how Extreme Slayers got the 4 without losing a single player. Can they do it again? It looks like one of the players on the northeast of Extreme Slayers is knocked against Ace of Spades. Circle does shift towards the water, Jukes. Those bridges, underneath those bridges, there's a lot of nooks and crannies. We're going to see some desperation plays out of some of these teams potentially in those spots.
Oh, yes, we are, especially out of Canadian Eagles, because they saw YKG get beat up, right? They know they're down a couple players, and this is their chance, right? If we talk about those doors creeping open, it's wide open for Canadian Eagles. They need it. They need to walk through it. It's not going to be easy, though. Let's see, as Extreme Slayers in a battle with Hyper for first place. Remix securing another very important point. That's 5 already for Extreme. I'm telling you, these guys have that clutch factor.
They definitely do.
Not scared to take fights at all, right when the time is needed.
Yeah, they look so good right now. Extreme Slayers really stepping it up right where it matters. Ooh, Baby Bray a little bit exposed. Tries to get some smokes down. Canadian Eagles in the distance too. Let's see if Extreme Slayers could group up here. Baby Bray definitely does not want to be caught out there alone. I don't think Ace of Spades knows he's there. Baby Bray still playing aggressive here with that nade. Could get the knock. Oh, cooked just a second too long.
Ooh, just a second too long indeed. Let's see. Yeah, this is a very important play right here. Extreme Slayers need every point they can get. That 5, I think, should be enough to kind of get things close, right? To almost tie things up, since Hyper have not put up a single elimination so far. But they have a big control of the south side. This is where they drop. They know this area very intimately. And they're very dangerous. But regardless, no matter how dangerous you are, if this zone goes to Volnova, it is going to get silly. Come on, take it to Volnova. That's where you want to see it, right?
We haven't seen we haven't seen a city ending yet in Vikendi. PASSIONFRUIT is here, though, so I do like that. And MEZEXIS as well. So a city ending would be a great showdown for a lot of these teams looking to stay in that top 5. And Hyper on the south side can also breach into the city here. Circle is closing. Let's see where it goes. I think Extreme Slayers might have lost a player. Yeah, IOI finding a huge off angle in the blue zone, singling out that one player from Extreme Slayers. Extreme Slayers, with that circle shift, gets a little bit of the zone. Just a little bit.
This circle shift is dangerous. Because I tell you what, right in the middle of Volnova, there are so many angles that you can hold, so many buildings, rooftops. It is so hard to move in that area because you just don't know where teams are. They can be in any different place. So you got to make something happen. And, man, it's going to get extra spicy. The question is, which team do you think is going to win the match? And with the amount of information you have right now, it's going to be tough. And, Zute, who are you going with?
I'm going to go with a spicy pick. I'm going to go with Extreme Slayers. They actually still have 4 up, so I was mistaken about that. And I know they're on the edge of zone, but I see a line where they could swim across and get a nice little zone shift to the north and potentially close out the game. But it could be anyone's game when we're going into Volnova.
Well, you know who I'm going for? I'm going for Canadian Eagles, baby, because I want to see YKG sweat. They need to earn it to go into America. Shouldn't be a given. And look at this as we see Puppeteers getting some knocks here on the Wall Street Bets. Just 2 teams, like I mentioned, having some fun at the end. Pretty negligible when it comes to the leaderboards. But I'll tell you what, Extreme Slayers with 5, looking real good. And Canadian Eagles, they have that complete east side down near Hot Springs, right? If the zone hard shifts to their side, could be interesting.
It could. Fight still continues here, and it looks like Puppeteers does finally close it out against Wall Street Bets. Taking a look at the zone, the only team that really has to move in now is Ace of Spades and Hyper. What is Hyper going to do if they have not already moved in? They're on that south side. They're going to have to just edge in most likely. Or they could play along the road side, like on the outer walls of Volnova itself. There's a spot to be played there too.
Yeah, let's see what they play. Rin goes down. I mean, what a split from Hyper. What do you think about the split?
I mean, I think Rin is just trying to find info right there. That is not a split that they're just holding. They're trying to get, you know, some info on the way in. They definitely know Butterfly Effect is here. Rin is knocked. And confirmed MEZEXIS right at the doorstep to steal that point away. So yeah, Hyper, I think they're going to have to play on the outside walls of Volnova. The city is too hot for them to go in, and that is exactly what they're going to do. And look at that zone! As predicted, this could be one for Extreme Slayers here if they play it correctly.
This is spicy. This Northern Circle is not friendly to all these teams. And Hyper, yeah, they're like, hey, let's get on the edge if we have a vehicle, and let's rotate all the way around. They might actually be able to drive right through here, underneath everybody, and get into this next zone. Oh. What a shift.
GK first. Oh, and Kindness. Ace of Spades.
That is so hard for them.
Oh, why weren't they in the car?
Why? I don't know why. They should have just full sent it. They should have just gotten the vehicle, sent it the whole way, because that was the only way they were getting into this next zone.
Oh, man. You could see in Hyper struggles and these very, very unorthodox circles. That is a huge oversight. They thought that side of the river was clear for them to be wide out in the open like that. It was not. Koi, last one up. You know Extreme Slayers saw that. Extreme Slayers is cheering for joy right now, but they still need to get more points. They find one onto Faye. That's a knock explosion. Can they confirm that point?
Zute, I'm getting nightmares right now. You know what I'm feeling?
What are you feeling?
I'm feeling N-Hyper is N-Hyper, and Extreme Slayers are Alpha 7.
Ooh,
you know?
Okay, I like that. I like that comparison.
Oh, man, I'm starting to get those nightmares right now because, you know what? America's Championship is coming right around the corner. This is what my biggest fear when it comes to N-Hyper, right? Their ability to clutch it up at the last second, and you see how Extreme Slayers are playing, taking risks, taking fights, right? That's how Alpha 7 does it. And, man, I tell you what, with only 2 more matches here, we'll see if N-Hyper does still have that clutch, or if they have it for the first time, right? That I could see. Meanwhile, Extreme Slayers looking ever so dangerous. Nice rotation there from PASSIONFRUIT. Look at that smoke wall.
Yeah, PASSIONFRUIT making it out of the city in a nice compound in the zone. That is going to be like a fortress on this open roadside. Extreme Slayers, I think they have a little bit of a decline to work with, so it's almost like a small hill, but not all of the Extreme Slayers have managed to swim across just yet. And the last N-Hyper player going for the water play, staying in that car in the water. I mean, that is one way to stay alive when you're the last up. He could pop meds underneath in that water as well. Frady picks up a point, I think. Oh no, gets a knock onto Quinn. Man, Extreme Slayers are popping off. They're still getting knocks left and right and confirming points. Hopefully, there's one.
Soaking up points like crazy. They're still in a really tough spot in this next circle as it is starting to close. They're going to have to jump into the water. They have no choice. And Canadian Eagles are in the same position. Rin is right there next to them. These are some of the top teams, are all teams that desperately need points right next to each other.
You gotta be careful here. Oh, Remix does not make it over.
Ace of Spades of all teams, right? It's Ace of Spades. Where were they at? I think Ace of Spades. Yeah, they need to win like all 3 matches.
Koi found a knock onto Frady from inside the car, I think, in the water.
Wow.
Koi could still ruin things for Extreme Slayers.
This is dangerous.
Oh, look at that zone
Eagles.
shift. Jukes.
Oh, wow. This is right in the water. This is crazy. What a circle, right? We talk about wonky circles at the start. This is definitely one of them. Koi catches Baby Tang. Koi soaking up points at the last second. And there goes Canadian Eagles.
Koi is a hero right now for the team. He is putting up massive points. He could get all of Extreme Slayers too, potentially. And there's still this huge fight for YKG to try and make it out of the city.
YKG on the cusp. Canadian Eagles going down, though, is brutal. Very brutal. And Execute getting out is ridiculous. So the teams that still have a chance are looking pretty slim. Ace of Spades needs to win like every single game. 4-1-2's already out.
Koi.
It's really just them.
Oh my gosh, Koi is
what is he on?
I don't know. I do not know. Koi is popping off inside that car. Confirms the point.
Wow.
Koi has picked up 3 to 4 points since full sending it into the water. And he has the zone too. He has the zone. So he is going to stay alive. And so many of these teams in the city are going to go out as the blue zone presses everybody in.
I'd love to see Koi's perspective right now because it is crazy. But I'll tell you what, another team we got to look at is MEZEXIS, right? MEZEXIS is right above YKG in that top 5, and they're looking to confirm that ticket. Extreme Slayers go down to Puppeteers. Wow. And how is it that NHyper out-survives Extreme Slayers in this situation?
Koi gets another knock.
Unreal. Koi is just ridiculous in this vehicle. He gets another.
Call him Aquaman.
Yeah, literally Aquaman.
Poseidon, whatever. The king of the sea. He has gotten so many points.
Percy Jackson.
And we're down. We're down to what? 3 teams? 5 teams?
Oh,
4,
wow.
3, 2, 1. Koi
He's still in there.
still alive. Koi is still alive. He's gonna get.
He hopped out.
Koi could win. Koi
No
could
way.
win this match.
Koi can win this game. Koi absolutely can win this game. He's still up by himself. Let's see.
Oh my
He's gonna find these
God.
angles on a passion fruit. He's gonna find the angles. He should see him. He should see him.
Oh, the
no,
bush.
the bush! Juancho! The res in the bush. Does he see
the
Koi?
smoke.
I don't think he does. The smoke is so perfect for a passion fruit to be able to push up to him.
Juancho in the water. Surely passion fruit knows that Koi is out here being a menace.
Koi
The
Jackson.
zone. Oh, Juancho sees him. Juancho swims up.
Got
Spot zone!
him!
That was huge for passion fruit. They could win this game now. Lotus still has 3 up, but there is another player, Ace Mombe, who should be looking to spoil this. And yeah, he's in the distance. He's playing it quiet. He's going to wait for passion fruit to get some knocks, and then he's going to spring up here. Great sight lines.
Oh,
Let's see if he
smart
times
play.
it.
Smart play to be patient, right? He said, hey, you know what? I'm going to give them false confidence like crazy. Allow them to fight, and the second they start engaging, I'm going to third party. Very brilliant play here from Mumbai.
He's waiting it out.
If he has nades, he should throw them, though.
The bush. Juancho gets
Oh,
fouled.
he got caught.
Oh,
Now Mumbai
Mumbai.
sets up. Confirmation. Got it. Goes
Can he
for
get the
2.
second? He doesn't.
Oh.
1v2 now.
1v2.
Valak, can Valak
Valak.
clutch? Honder's 1 HP. Valak's pushing out. Can Honor get behind cover? He
Got
does not get
him!
behind it. Cover in time. Valak, the player we have been questioning on the Passion Fruit team for pretty much all of the finals, comes in at the last moment for the clutch. I think Valak has officially redeemed himself, and this Passion Fruit team, they are looking strong.
Oh my gosh. You know what? If there was a shark in the water, it's a Koi shark, right? Koi went absolutely bananas there, and it was Juancho to slay the beast and the rest of Passion Fruit clutching it up. What a final day for this team. This was almost 3 chicken dinners, right?
Yeah.
Almost 3. If SLR didn't snake away that one from them in Sandhawk.
How many
Crazy
did Koi?
performance.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Koi shark. Look at
Yeah.
him.
I think all 5 were from the water. Just
Crazy.
that is insane. If Extreme Slayers watch this game back, they must be pissed.
Oh, they're gonna be disgusted.
How did Koi get away with all that?
Unreal. Unreal. I mean, it's so crazy that to think that first place could be decided by just those plays right there. Just those eliminations from Koi. Unreal. Wow.
Passion Fruit, though, they get a huge win. Only 5 eliminations. I thought they had more with how chaotic that was, but a win is a win, and they
Win's a win, baby.
They got it.
Win's a win.
That's 15 points.
Especially right here towards the end. Who's going to win this thing? I don't know. Guys, I hope you're excited. I hope you're enjoying the show. Make sure you use the hashtag PMPLNA when you talk about us, and we'll be right back.
Look at my fingers.
Valak, man, we've been giving him so much slack this entire time, talking about how he always seems to go down first. He's fate of execute, but for Passion Fruit. But he comes out big, wins the game for them in the 1-on-2. Obviously, it's a little bit of help from Ace there, but nonetheless, Passion Fruit with that victory catapults themselves forward to potentially be safe enough now with 2 matches left to go. I mean, that victory alone, 7, I feel like that gives them like one potential game to throw, and then they're still going to be okay. And then they just have to do normal in the final match.
I yes and no, because earlier I said that they cannot throw any more games, so I'm gonna stick to that. No, you continue to the well, please.
Come on, be like Hot Jukes,
right?
No
throwing.
Be like
no
Hot
throwing.
Jukes. He's like XQ last game. They go out and he's like, oh, I don't see a chance. And then we go into this game. Oh, XQ, they have a chance. Come on. Let's see the match rankings here. Get an idea of all the points. 15.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. By the way, you see the one I'm looking at?
Yeah,
Hyper and Extreme Slayers, 9 to 7 points. And Hyper still being able to get 2 more points than them. And it comes down to Koi, which is kind of a pleasant surprise because that man went from being a villain to a hero. He left his teammates behind, which they ended up getting caught and pretty much eliminated by Ace of Spades. And then after that, he decides to just park himself inside the car, chill out, talk to the fishes, and then they were telling him where everybody was because he just started spraying and praying and just getting a bunch of Willems.
Yeah, and he also punished Extreme Slayers too to prevent them from getting any higher than this, which is kind of a shame because Extreme Slayers start off the bat getting 5 limbs, right? They clawed back that deficit they were behind, which was just 5 points. But then in the end, Hyper came out 2 ahead, so now that 5-point gap goes to a 7-point gap for them. But still, it's possible. 2 matches, man, it's very possible. As we see MEZEXIS as well, 9 points. You don't see YKG there, which is a good sign for MEZEXIS. Puts them a little bit more ahead of YKG to give them a little bit of a buffer. But the problem is, you're also not seeing Canadian Eagles here on this front page.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the big question mark, right? Canadian Eagles especially is one of those teams that definitely needed more points. And I kind of want to see this next page because I want to see if maybe Canadian Eagles outpoint YKG, and they didn't. Canadian Eagles just ended up with 0 points. YKG being able to edge that out, which is going to give them a little bit of a cushion there. You were talking about some of the teams being able to have even more of a cushion, maybe a game to throw. YKG is one of those teams that cannot be allowed to throw any points, especially if Canadian Eagles does end up outperforming them in the next 2 matches. YKG, I'm kind of echoing what Sutil was talking about the players too for YKG. What is their mental state right now? Because with the way they've been performing, right, they lose the PMGC spot to league stage to Hyper after having a nice lead, I must say. And then coming here into the finals, one of the favorite teams, actually the defending champions of NA from spring, and currently being talked about, they might not even make it the top 5. I feel like that's got to be weighing them somehow.
I'll keep in mind that last match, it came down to Fears and Chico, and luckily Fears gets the rights on Chico. Fears goes down, Chico was able to be alive long enough to take down Kill Switch. That could have been them out with even less limbs than that, and obviously that gap I think was about 17 points before this match. Well, they're still able to maintain that lead. But as we take a look at PASSIONFRUIT's player stats here, it's BULUC actually leading the charge, man.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Nate,
let's go, BULUC.
Zuko, what?
No. Let's not go that far, okay? But, I mean, this was the biggest question mark, especially the first day. He wasn't putting up any numbers. You talked about it earlier, too. We've been talking about it. He was getting eliminated very early on, and for him to be able to clutch up those illims at the end, not only the illims, but get that chicken dinner, which is going to turn out to be extra placement points, too. That is massive for them. It's definitely going to be pushing them up on the overall, and as you mentioned it, too, it's gonna give them an extra cushion. I don't think... I think it's too far away for them to even challenge for that second place on Extreme Slayers. I feel like those first 2 teams are in a completely different region right now in regards to what matters to them. But PASSIONFRUIT, good job.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's take a look at overalls, though. Let's look at this and actually see where the battles are currently happening, where the gaps are. And, well, there you go. There's a 7-point lead for Hyper at the moment in first place. Looking down the list, though, we see PASSIONFRUIT 138. So they are 9 points ahead of MEZEXIS in 4th. And they're 14 points ahead of YKG in 5th, so it gets them a good bit of a buffer. But 21 points now between YKG and Canadian Eagles. Speaking of buffers, they have the bigger buffer up against the Eagles. It's going to be tough, but man, 2 matches, like, it's possible. Honestly, anything could happen in these next 2 games.
Yeah, I'm with you. Anything can happen, especially with Canadian Eagles being there, right? And also in the next 2 games, something that Hot Juke said, talking about hot drops, I don't want to see a hot drop between Hyper and Extreme Slayers. But it could possibly be that some other teams that might have nothing to fight for at the moment, just pretty much some prize pool here and there on the second page, they could be like, okay, YKG, what if we just throw out some BM out there, right? You made our life a little bit difficult back in phase 1 when you guys were absolutely destroying everybody. What if we just make it a little bit harder for you guys to keep that top 5 spot? And it's something that, as bad as it sounds, I'm not wishing that happens, but it's something that they definitely need to keep an eye on, and it's something that going into Myanmar, and especially going into the last match, if you might need to switch your landing location, you might need to switch your rotation depending on when the circles are. It's something that they need to be aware of because it could happen.
I swear, I must love chaos because I want to see these hot drops happen. Like, in my head, there's nothing to lose, right? There's like 2 different tiers of prize money that you could potentially go up, and it's like in 12th and 8th place. And if you're one of those teams that's pretty set to where you are, bro, come on, cause some drama, man. It's NA. We love drama. I want to see them drop some teams to really get some things going. I don't know, man. If I was playing and I was in this situation, I'd probably do it. Would you, Seven?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I would. Are you kidding me? We still talk about Knights hot dropping on Cloud9 and hurting them for 50K. Imagine if you can be that team that stops YKG from going to Americas.
Man, I
You're
remember
talked about for a long time.
I remember hearing comms from that drop actually on Cloud9 because if you listen to PK, then they were saying like, it's Cloud9, let's go. Oh man.
Yep.
You know, I wouldn't want to be the team targeted, but I would love to be the team hunting. Speaking of hunting, it's time to drop into our 5th match of the day. It's our penultimate match. It's back on Myanmar, and of course, it's brought to you once again by Hot Jukes and Sute.
The penultimate match, indeed. Oh my goodness. We're coming down to the wire here, Zoo. This is, these are the championship rounds right here, right? The final ones. You gotta go down swinging. And yeah, like I mentioned earlier, when it comes to the Extreme Slayers, NHyper hot drop, points too close. If NHyper had popped off in the last match, it could have been a possibility, but right now it is just way too dangerous. Extreme Slayers just need to get a good game under their belt. Last game, who knows? But like we talked about, those teams who got nothing to lose, what's going to happen here? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, the teams with nothing to lose might start doing some different things, you know, some of the teams near the top might not expect. I mean, we always say go out with a bang, and what better time to start doing that when you have no chance at making it into the top 5. NHyper, they've been just, you know, you say like, I think they're starting to lose that clutch factor, and Extreme Slayers is the one that has it. You alluded Extreme Slayers to like the likes of Alpha 7, right? Where NHyper lost that last time against Alpha 7. But hey, Koi, if that wasn't clutch, I don't know what is, Jukes.
That's for sure, right? We're starting to see there's definitely clutch factor there. That's without a doubt, but it's hard to see from the entire squad. I think it's a little bit still shaky, you know? Oh! Okay, all right. We've been dealing with the south side all tournament long. Now it's time to take it up to the north.
Oh yeah, let's go to the north. There's some nice spots in this northern zone that we have yet to see much action from. So let's see it now. Execute, they usually always drop in the north, so finally a zone for them. Maybe they could do something from it, but is it too late? I'm thinking it might be as we get a hot drop between Butterfly Effect and Lotus right now.
All right, okay, and yeah, a little fun thing to watch here. This is what I was talking about though, right? What did I mention? You know, teams at the bottom got nothing to lose here. So those elimination points are going to get harder to get, because I don't doubt we're going to see these kind of crazy hot drops just go on from this match on.
Yeah, M16 close range burst fire. Not cutting it. The UMP goes down. He was already lit up. Fishy trying to find the angle onto Kubi. Ooh. Oh, I thought for a second it was Fishy going down there. Lotus Esports take Trumosera. Nice little 4 points for them. I don't think we've seen a fight finish this quickly, right? Until we do get into these later stages where there's like nothing to lose anymore. So begs the question, you know, what if some of these teams played this way earlier on, you know, had that confidence without the feeling of pressure of losing?
Oh, boy. Well, yep, the pressure definitely on here right towards the end. And let's just see how much of that's going to come into effect, right? How much is that going to come into effect right here on out? Because, you know, we saw some teams when they would have a hard shift in the south do that quick rotation on down, right? But now it's time for teams in the north to start making that rotation up to the top. And let's see which teams are going to do that 4-1-2. But yeah, they're too far away. Right now the eyes are definitely on squads like YKG, right? Canadian Eagles, those kinds of teams, because those are the ones that still have a chance at this. It's still a race.
It is definitely so race. MEZEXIS doing that fast rotation once again on the west side up now. Usually it's always down south with the way the zone works. So MEZEXIS is going to stick true to the fast rotations. It's worked out very nicely for them so far in all the Miramar games. We'll see what they can do on the northern side, though. Definitely a bit different to play from the north. There's a lot more accessible high mountaintops that kind of segment up the entire northern zone. So which mountaintops are these teams going to take will be a big thing to consider. As Extreme Slayers, the team looking to take first place. We thought, Jukes, that last match was Extreme Slayers to really skyrocket ahead of NHyper. But
Unreal.
Koi said differently.
Koi said, no, sir. No, sir. Unreal. Unreal. And then, not to mention, right, from the vehicle in the water, just being so deadly. The big old koi fish. The big old koi fish. I guess that's why his name is that. And it's crazy to see that Koi was the player that would go out so early, like almost all finals long. And then in the final time, the final hour, he shows up.
All 4 players from NHyper just really making a name for themselves right now. It is absolutely insane how much individual skill this team has, and even more insane at how well they synergize all that insane skill together.
So here's my question, Zoo. Looking at the leaderboard, it's all about top 5, right? You want to make it to that next stage. So Canadian Eagles are 21 points behind.
Right.
All right. And I think it's about 24, 25 for Ace. Execute, like around 30 almost. Yeah, 28 points. So, man, what is going to happen with these two teams? Right? That's going to be my big question, is because we need to see something crazy. Absolutely something insane from both of them in this game, right? So if you're Execute and Ace of Spades, you need 10 elimination chicken dinner minimum, right?
Yeah. Well, this could be
But at the same time, like, you have to shut down YKG and MEZEXIS.
Yeah, it's not just the points that you gain anymore. You know, when we're nearing the very end, it's the points that the teams ahead of you gain as well that you really need to consider. And it is just a tough spot to be in. And you know for sure YKG, they are holding on to dear life for that top 5 position. They have already lost PMGC, like you mentioned. They don't want to lose another one in the America Finals ticket.
Oh boy, this is getting intense. Yeah, because MEZEXIS or YKG could lose their spot. PASSIONFRUIT pretty much clinched it. There's no way they're going to get knocked out at this point, right? So
it would require too many teams to pass them up.
Yeah, too many teams to pass them up. So YKG or MEZEXIS have a chance of getting knocked out here. If they put up some decent points, it's going to be too much. And yeah, so they need to fail, and Canadian Equals, Ace of Spades, or Execute need a chicken dinner here. And nothing less. Literally nothing less. Because finals game, you're going to be happy if you get 8 points in the last one.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Zone is slowly still closing in. And Jukes, look at the mini-map for me real quick. Look at how many teams
Oh, wow.
are just set up. And not a single fight has really broken out yet. We had the hot drop, and that was it. The fact that so many teams are clustered around the center without a full fight breaking out, oh, yeah. People know it is crunch time. No mistakes can be had here.
Oh, boy. Well, definitely no mistakes from a few teams in general. The rest can do whatever they want, right? Can do whatever they want because, yeah, especially super lazy Reflex. That's 9th place. 9th to 16th place have nothing to lose here. Really, Sute, right? So what are we going to see from these teams? What are we going to see? Like, we're going to see something like players just kind of go solo, looking for eliminations, looking to make some highlight reel plays, possibly get picked up by another squad. I mean, what's the point at this point for a lot of these teams? They're just trying to put up so many points and get a best placement as possible. That's good. But, I mean, some highlight reel plays won't hurt either.
Yeah. Oh, what a shift to the west. That is a huge one for YKG.
Massive.
And MEZEXIS. The two teams near the bottom of that top 5, right? Man, they really got blessed with this one. We'll see what they could do with it. Meanwhile, the other storyline, right? Extreme Slayers and Hyper. It looks like Hyper is going to beat Extreme Slayers to a way better position early on. This is going to be a tough zone for Extreme Slayers to try and catch up with Hyper in points.
Oh, goodness gracious. This is crazy. This shift being so fortunate for both of these squads. Meanwhile, we see Hyper on the move. Where's Extreme Slayers at? Extreme Slayers are in the mix
all
of
the
it.
way in the east.
Yeah, this
all
is
the way.
This is going to be tough for both these teams. But hey, if you want first place, it ain't going to be handed to you, that's for sure.
Looks like Hyper have decided which compound they want to take. They don't take the big square one. They take the one off to the side, which is smart because you're going to get boxed in from all the other compounds, right? If you take the one dead in the center, it looks like it's stronger, but it is definitely not. So they could ride it out one more zone here. Extreme Slayers still rotating. Looks like Extreme Slayers all the way in the east. They're going to try and do a wrapping rotation from the north. The problem with that is if the circle shifts anywhere south, it's all uphill that they're going to have to contend with. So Extreme Slayers might be setting themselves up for failure here almost.
Right. This is not going to be simple. Oh, Hyper getting some knocks on the Wall Street Bets. Oh, wow. Look at those shots from Kindness. That recoil control is just ridiculous.
You do not want that center compound. YKG, Chico taking fall damage. Uh-oh. Hopefully they could get that reset. And yeah, now Wall Street Bets, they're just trapped in there. They are trapped in there.
Oh boy, yeah. And this is just points that these teams, these players so desperately need. So let's see what the options are in this situation. As Jetchi just looking to make some moves. Here. Going back and forth. And now we're going to see 4-1-2. Right, 4-1-2 on the move as well. Just roam in the battlefield. Now that they don't have a chance to really make it into that top 5.
Yeah, you think some of the teams with nothing to lose will play more loose and just like gung-ho. But I think, in terms of competitive spirit, them knowing this is their last final few games and they're not going to be in tournament format playing anytime soon, they might want to, try even harder, just really enjoy the last couple of games of comp, right? So maybe that's just throwing it out there. Maybe that's why we don't see some of these teams just go all out crazy and just start pushing everything.
Yeah, 100%. Well, let's see where this next zone's going to go. Yeah, let's see. And maybe they're just trying to, like you mentioned, just put some practice in, get ready for some future tournaments.
Oh,
next
YKG.
zone. Wow, what a zone for YKG. Huge.
Yeah, this just makes it so much more tougher for 6th and downwards, right? To try and catch up to YKG and MEZEXIS for that top 5.
100%. Spoon-fed right here. You couldn't ask for a better situation. So if you're YKG, you cannot. If they lose this, they don't deserve to be in the Americas Championships. I'm going to say right here now. Yeah. This is one of those zones that's just so solid. They have so much control. They should put points on the board. There's no way they can go out with a goose egg here.
For sure. They should, in my opinion, at least 7 points.
Okay.
At least 7.
7. Because we have to think about it, right? America's Championship, imagine that's a team like A7, right? In that spot. They're going to get 7 points.
Oh.
So.
Easy. Yeah, I can see that. So easily. YKG, on the other hand, being so shaky as of late, 7 is, I hope they could get 7, if not more. And Hyper make it into this zone very nice. Man, and Hyper are so good at just picking their spots and rotating. Meanwhile, on the other end of things, Extreme Slayers are still wrapping in from the north side. And it looks like they're going to have to wrap into 4-1-2, MEZEXIS, and potentially the Execute team. So Extreme Slayers, second to last game, they're, about 7 points behind Hyper. This is not looking good. And Hyper's in a great spot.
Yes, they are. And one team that is in a bad spot is Canadian Eagles, right? They need a chicken dinner here. They need to clutch it up. They need 10 eliminations and first place if they even want a shot at this thing and going on over to America's Championship. Yeah, this is just a negligible fight when it comes to the leaderboards, but, some nice shots. Nice shots right there.
Speaking about Canadian Eagles, I'm trying to see where they are on the map exactly. There's so much. Oh, Canadian Eagles are in the north in La Cabrera. They're not in the zone. They're going to need to find a way on top of the hillside. So this is going to be tough for Canadian Eagles, too.
take a look as Hyper about to get into an excuse. And these are some points that Hyper wants to get right here. Let's see. Excuse just picking fights at this point, right? They, like I said, nothing to lose, all the way at the bottom. Maybe trying not to get last place, looking to pass up Wall Street bets. So maybe that's why they're starting to turn up the aggression here.
Next zone shift about to come out here. Canadian Eagles have made it in. Extreme Slayers still in the blue. They're still wrapping around. I don't know how much more they can wrap. Extreme Slayers, they might have to run into execute and go out completely because that is not a lot of cover to work with on the drive in. I'm just watching the west side to see if all of Extreme Slayers stays alive here. Yeah, they're running into either MEZEXIS or execute. And the circle shifts down to the south, blessing YKG again. And Hyper is, I don't know how, but Hyper is in the second best spot, if not the best spot now in the zone.
Oh boy, it's going to be a battle. It could be a battle between YKG and Hyper too, towards the end. Let's see what happens. Yeah, look at this. Look at that. We know that Hyper loves that high ground, right? But talk about high ground. Look at that. Rin way up there.
I just don't know how Hyper always manages to find these crazy rotations. They rotated into this circle.
Yes, they did.
For 3 zones in a row. This is not them just getting this spot and getting blessed. They somehow are the only team to be up here when so many other teams could be taking the spot and holding it down.
And of all the teams they're fighting the last place team here. Nice shots though from Kai. Yeah, that was good.
Does a little bit of damage, but I think Hyper, that no one could really push them from this side. Excuse is going to have to find another way in. If not, Excuse is probably going to lose this fight. I'm looking at the minimap. Extreme Slayers have made it into the zone, but they're trapped right underneath YKG here. Yeah, look at Extreme Slayers. This is a very precarious situation for them.
Yes, Extreme Slayers in contention for that first place, folks. And Hyper in a really good spot, so they can't go down. Look at all the teams that are right here. It's YKG, right? The team that's on the cusp. Canadian Eagles right next to them on the leaderboards. Canadian Eagles lose a player early. Bob catches Kill Switch. Stellar catches Bad Boy. It is not looking good for Canadian Eagles.
They need these points now.
They can't lose anybody.
They can't wait one more game. They need it right now, and they are losing players. MEZEXIS trying to cushion their top 5 position right now. It is looking more and more dire for Canadian Eagles.
Oh, boy. Well, it is looking more and more dire for Canadian Eagles. It's looking more and more dire for Hyper because Extreme Slayers are in a good place right now. And they are looking to put some points on the board. Meanwhile, YKG right there. PASSIONFRUIT. Hey, PASSIONFRUIT having one heck of a finals day here. Looking to soak up some points against Excuse. And they do just that.
Yeah, big points for PASSIONFRUIT. Hey, PASSIONFRUIT, first place maybe if they get a chicken dinner here and close out the last one. I mean, what else are they aiming for? They may as well try and go huge here for a potential first place. But man, I'm just happy to see PASSIONFRUIT playing so well right now. As Hyper, yep, they do finish out Excuse. That was just too much of a literal uphill battle.
Oh yes, indeed. And look at this, Hyper with 3 points so far, and they could use 4 more eliminations. Heck, they could even use 9 more right here because they want to put a lead against Extreme Slayers. Zute.
They definitely do. Next zone about to shift once again, and Extreme Slayers, they are staying alive. They are with 4 in a nice little spot. I didn't even know that spot existed, but great rotation if they purposely rotated right into that little cushion spot. And they will get the zone, too.
Wow.
YKG, however, might chomp in on them, but YKG have to worry about MEZEXIS. That might push them from the south. And there's also LOTUS Esports on the south side, too.
Yes, and Canadian Eagles are going down. This is their America Championship dream just dwindling. I think that is gonna do it. That is so tough right there. To see that them just go down. They had such a huge fight. They made such a nice play. But what are you going to do in that kind of scenario? It is so tough. Yeah, 2 eliminations, 1 player. That's not enough. And now YKG, right? YKG putting up some points as well. That should do it. And I think that could be the nail in the coffin for all the teams below them.
Yeah, potentially so. My question was, where was the rest of MEZEXIS? Inactive pushed it up there by himself. The rest of the team not in zone, just chilling back here. That could have been a 3-man push. So, yeah, I don't know why they just sent only inactive. MEZEXIS down to 2 now, not in the zone. That's going to be tough for them. Extreme Slayers just chilling. All they're worried about is NHyper, and they should worry because NHyper still have 4 up and controlling the whole east side of the map.
Looking to clinch this championships, right? They've had the best league stage by far compared to everybody. They clinched the PMGC ticket, and they're going to be heading on over to the Americas Championship. Will they go there as the Americas champions? So far, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Extreme Slayers are down 1 player, only 1 point, and NHyper have 3. And with this zone, they're looking just so poised to win this one.
Definitely.
I'm telling you, Miramar is their best map.
Oh, yeah, NHyper. You want to know why?
Why?
High ground.
High ground. Oh, yeah.
There's the highest of high grounds when it comes to Miramar. LOTUS here with 4, just trying to stay alive on the edge of zone. This could be a big game for YKG, too, as far as elimination points go. They still have 4 up, and they've yet to really, like, pop off. They should be feeling a bit more comfortable now when they saw Canadian Eagles lose so many players. There's still 1 up. Quinn is in, like, a little sneaky spot towards the center of the zone. I don't know how many placement points he's going to be able to ink out, though.
Uh-oh, look at this ramp right here. I want to see a team just use this ramp and drive over the other squad. You know what I'm saying? That'd be insane.
Oh,
Extreme Slayers, though, in between YKG, this is a big one. Extreme Slayers need to put up some more points. And then YKG is just trying to extend that lead and get that confirmation. Here comes a rotation from Joey. Right on into them, and he is popped on out. I think he heard my ramp strategy, but you got to go from the other side of the ramp, Joey. The other side.
I'm so confused by that.
Yeah, I think he had the wrong idea of which ramp to go to. He saw that. What he did was he saw that sign that said "Vamos," and he took it too seriously.
Okay. All right. Well,
Vamos.
I picked YKG because I thought.
Great pick. Great pick.
I thought.
Great pick.
And then Joey does that to me. I am hurt. My eyes hurt seeing that, especially out of Joey, who is a phenomenal player. So
Bold strategy, Cotton.
Oh.
Well, hey, Quinn's still alive.
Extreme Slayers is still. Oh, never mind. They just ate a huge day from Ace of Spades. ILY.
Oh my gosh. Oh
wait. Yeah.
What happens if? Okay, no. Ace of Spades. I only have 4. I'm about to say, what happens if they were to win this with a chicken dinner? That would have been dangerous. They have 2, but yeah, it's not looking good. Not with NHyper having so much control.
Yeah, and this is making things so easy for NHyper right now. Extreme Slayers, they still have 3, but they're just in such a rough spot. 1 good nade, and here comes the push. 2v3. Extreme Slayers could win this fight still. They're going to pop up, nade, shoot, and
that's a bad nade! The bad bounce. Baby Break clutching it up, though. Jump shot into a DBS. Bye-bye.
Nope.
Dude, he naded his own teammate. That hurts. Do you think
YKG
NHyper is chuckling right now?
NHyper, NHyper is. They're having it so easy, while the other best teams in the lobby are fighting tooth and nail for points, making mistakes left and right.
Yeah.
Just coming down to the wire, trying to get multiple revives, using all their util to do whatever they can. And what's NHyper doing?
What?
NHyper are just reclining back in their seats.
What?
Chilling.
Oh. And then now Ace of Spades pop off. I mean, this is insane. I mean, I'm telling you. Oh, nice nade there from Chico. He's trying to keep his team alive here. That nade looks good though. Oh, actually, it was a little bit off. So Chico does catch Kiddo. ILY looking for some angles, and I think he's gonna find him. Oh, actually, Chico sees him. Nice shot from Chico, but it's missed it just barely. Nice shots there from ILY to shut down YKG.
I mean, ILY is turning it up in the second to last match. 8 elimination points for the team. YKG is out. MEZEXIS is still in, but the main story, which was Extreme Slayers versus NHyper, I think this is kind of like nail in the coffin, potentially, for first place. Oh, NHyper only have 4 elimination points so far, so let's see how much more they could get here.
Yeah, they're looking like they're going to soak them all up right now. Look at that. It's a nice knock on to long. And yeah, I'll tell you what, when you're in a position to where there ain't nothing you can do on the leaderboard, sometimes when you're in a bad spot, you just push. And because you just know there ain't nothing you can do. And SLR just getting tore up right here. Look at the high ground. Look at the position. Look at the line of sight. Stellar about to go down in the next few seconds. Koi probably going to blow up that vehicle. Or not. No sweat.
This is a classic NHyper performance here, right? They just control the zone so well.
Oh, nice shot there.
IOI! He is really popping off. That was IOI that got the knock.
I'm telling you, if Ace of Spades win this game, somehow, by some miracle, I will go crazy because...
IOI gets another knock.
Oh my god. Oh, Dom finally shuts him down.
Oh no. The rampage is stopped by none other than Dong. He could get revived still and continue on. NHyper just still chilling. GK first should be getting revived right now. Yeah, one of the players driving up in the buggy. And they've created so much spacing that no one's even contesting them when they get knocked.
Oh boy. Well, Kindness. Come on, Kindness. Put it down. Put the UMP down. Pick up that.
Oh. Yeah,
use that bolt action.
Use the bolt action for the last
Come on, baby. Let's see it.
He's
I want to see it.
Yep.
Oh, red dot.
GK
what?
first takes it away from him.
Wow. Hurts my heart. Hurts my heart. All I want to do. See some of that action. Oh,
there's
Quinn. No! The ankles not strong
Canadian
enough.
Eagles is still alive.
But it's not enough. It's not enough.
Is it not?
They needed a chicken dinner with eliminations.
No, but I mean,
yes.
Okay, they're like 21 points away from like. This means they can still have a chance in the last match, Jukes.
Oh, it's gonna be so. I don't know. The last match is gonna be sketchy, but
the dreams are kept alive by Quinn right now. It's not, realistic, but it's there.
The dream is there. I will say that the dream is still alive. He needs every placement point that he could possibly get. He's getting shot up like crazy. Zone's gone. He's about to get crashed on by NHyper. That's it. So 4th place finish most likely here for Quinn. This blue zone's gonna chunk. Deny the. Yeah. Oh, he found a buggy. He found a buggy. Sends it. Oh, stay alive. Oh, yeah.
Oh, MEZEXIS took that.
No, Playzone did. Papa Blue did.
Oh, okay. Baton forced to give away his position.
Oh, jump shot. Oh, and Kindness goes. He goes down
can't even get the point.
He didn't pick him up. It didn't even matter. Wow. I mean, everything just falling into place here for NHyper. Dun, dun, dun.
Not even.
Wow, 9 eliminations. So, well, 8 eliminations so far. They could use 9. That's for sure. They might even get 10.
Even when you knock NHyper, you got to worry about someone else other than NHyper, and that's the blue zone. 3v2 for the last, or not even the last match, second to last match. Koi jumping around, 9 bullets.
Bob Barker.
And look at that, full level 3, not even touched. Puppeteers, can they win this? I want to see them win, because don't let NHyper get such a nice, easy chicken dinner. And when I say easy, that's just how skilled they are. They are so skilled, they make it look so easy. Any other team from their position, 4 or 5 circles back, would not be able to do what NHyper did.
You're right. When you're right, you're right, Zute. Koi, get that buggy. Just drive it down. You know what I'm saying? Be reckless. Be reckless. Why not? It's it. You guys have done it. I mean, this is looking so good. Now, my question is, and I'm going to ask Seven this when we get into the desk segment. Hot drop time?
Oh, for first?
Yep. Hot drop time by Extreme Slayers?
I think the point gap is just... Oh.
Nice job, Koi.
All right, Koi. I think the point gap is just wide enough that They do. They do have to do it and then get a big game, right? So, ooh, things could get very interesting in the last match. So
We know where we're going. We know where they're going.
I think in Hyper are kind of realizing this as well. So they need every single little point they could get. Because in the worst case situation, they get hot dropped and they all die. And then Extreme Slayers gets a huge game. They could still easily lose first place.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Rin's in the buggy, looking to pull off some shenanigans. This is stage 9, folks. The zone is starting to close, and it's going to go down into nothing. And Hyper, I think, is just going to wait it out. So they might not even get these placement points, or these elimination points, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So they'll still get the win. Looking
Yeah, they're
very
getting this
likely.
win. Yeah, they're getting this win.
Puppeteers, they can't even get up there.
Rin just has to just stand still and just dance. Like,
Is
literally
that Dead
just
Center?
dance.
Is that where Dead Center is?
Yeah,
Up on
pretty
the hill?
much. Yeah.
I mean, Dead Center could be on
Oh,
Reckless.
actually,
it could be
it
on
looks
Reckless.
like Reckless. Yeah, Reckless might be Dead Center.
Okay. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Kindness is looking up too much. Oh, he's going to run into the sightlines of both of
Oh,
them.
boy.
Uh-oh.
Yo, Puppeteers win. Let's go.
Yeah, let's see it. Actually, I don't mind Rin popping off huge and getting both of them, because that'd be pretty hype, too.
Man,
'Cause
I think they need 9. They need 9 eliminations. They need 9, I think, to feel good going into this next match.
Ren looking for the angles. He's got the Groza full level 3 gear. Not even touched yet. Full HP. Can Ren pull it off here? Blue zone. Forced to push him in a little bit
Jumping.
more. He makes the first little jump. He's got to make another one.
Little Ren hop. Uh-oh, Reckless hears him. He's leaning. He's leaning. He's thinking. And jump down.
Oh!
Oh, my gosh.
No bullets connecting.
All rock.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that could have been ankles.
Uh-oh. Ren.
Rin, I think now Rin controls the center. Oh, he has a Groza. Dangerous.
No shots hitting.
Oh, he
Oh,
doesn't have-
2v1.
he doesn't have the angle. 2v1.
2v1. Oh, Ren goes down. No chicken dinner, but still, with Hyper having such a good game and Extreme Slayers not having one, they're still feeling really comfortable and happy with that.
Oh, I think so, without a doubt. I mean, this could be it, guys. This could be that nail in the coffin for your PMPL North American Finals Championships. Puppeteers get a nice little consolation win here at the end. But oh my goodness, what is gonna happen in this last game? If you're Extreme Slayers, I think it's hot drop time, baby. I think you gotta make it happen. You gotta take that future into your own. Make it your own reality. Baton gets the most eliminations here for MEZEXIS. What a nice little turn of events out for them. And for Canadian Eagles, I think that might be it.
Yeah, I think Canadian Eagles, I know there's one game left. We always say anything could happen, but the point cap is just too big. The big story now for me and probably all of you guys is first place. Extreme Slayers, they're so comfortable up there right now in that second place spot, I think, that may as well hot drop. Go for that first place.
Well, I think you have to hot drop if you're Extreme Slayers. If you're in Hyper, I think you need to find another drop location. I think you have to leave farm in this situation because Extreme Slayers, I think you're going to know where you're at. So go to that second spot, maybe that third. What do you think?
I think so. There's no reason to drop in the same spot, especially the hot drop nucleus is so high, right, Jigs? So without further ado, though, let's get prepped for our next match. So don't go anywhere. The last game of the PMPL NA Finals is coming right up.
Oh man, this is getting tense here. And Hyper, they got a second place finish there. Some good news for Extreme Slayers, but then you had Quinn stay alive from Canadian Eagles to give them potentially a chance in the last match. Hot Chicks asked you a question, Seven. He said, is it hot drop time? What's your answer?
I will tell you when we get to the overalls. I want to see how much of a gap there is. Okay? Because just because there's other stuff that can happen
That's
too,
fair.
and there's
That's
other
fair.
stuff that's pending until we see the overall.
Let's see our match rankings then before we get into our overall so you get an idea of all the points accumulated for these teams as Puppeteers. I mean, the thing is, we know Puppeteers to be a strong team. We've been talking about them all season long, and yet Puppeteers haven't lived up to what we wanted to see, man.
I'm just not even going to talk about them. And Hyper, 14 points, being able to at least get a bit of a gap there from Extreme Slayers. Sorry, Puppeteers. I'm just disappointed, man. I'm with you. That was a team that I was really looking forward to this season. And it's just bittersweet. Okay, I'm salty, Puppeteers. I'm sorry. I'm salty. I wanted more out of you guys. And then Ace of Spades with this performance right here, I feel like they're kind of along the lines with Canadian Eagles. They put themselves in a place where if everything does go their way, they could maybe edge out YKG or MEZEXIS, whoever it ends up being for that top 5 spot. And then YKG, even though there's not that much points that they were able to get here in this Miramar, 4 points is going to be just enough to at least make them keep that top 5.
Well, yeah, right. It was a 21-point difference between Canadian Eagles and YKG. So with the differential now, it should be an 18-point difference. If they didn't get those 4 points, it would have been a 14-point difference. And 14 points to me is much more doable than 18. Though either way, PASSIONFRUIT another 5, MEZEXIS 12, so they should be pretty safe. It's just coming down to YKG, man. I can't wait to get the overalls to see what this gap is really looking like, and if my math is correct, which it definitely could be wrong.
I think sounds about right. Some of these teams, I mean, Extreme Slayers, I'm pretty sure this next game, they're currently trying to figure out what's the best way to approach next game. And the reason why I say that is because it's not just them that could possibly be hot dropping. It could be some of these other teams towards the bottom. I mean, we've been saying it over and over again. We've been seeing some of those teams actually third-partying too. I mean, we just saw Puppeteers being able to take some points away from NHyper. And NHyper, if they would have gotten those points, I feel like it would have been just case closed.
Well, let's see how much would have affected us. Take a look at overalls, get an idea of the gaps that we currently have. 10-point difference, so it could have been much higher than that. Could have been 14 points for NHyper. But 10 points is doable. Again, that's just one victory, but Extreme Slayers have to win it out. And then that 5th to 6th gap is indeed 18 points. But not to mention, not only Canadian Eagles, Ace of Spades are also in the running at 110 points too.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me look at this. Okay. Ace of Spades definitely has a chance because of what they've been able to do before, right? Also, you and I were talking when we were watching this game, and I was saying, okay, if the point difference is 10 points or more between Extreme Slayers and NHyper, I would say hot drop. For Extreme Slayers, I actually don't want them to hot drop. I want them to try to get NHyper in a rotation. And the reason why I'm saying that is because we have seen a team already try to hot drop NHyper in where they're used to hot dropping with YKG, and they got absolutely smoked. And if I'm being honest, I feel like the same thing would happen if anybody tries to hot drop right now NHyper, with how hyper focused they're going to be and how much everything is on the line. This team is trying to break that 2nd place curse. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, for some of the other teams, right? 3rd place, 4th place, and 5th place, PASSIONFRUIT, I feel like they're pretty much set. They're going to be in the top 5 no matter what. Same with MEZEXIS, but I feel like PASSIONFRUIT is going to be going for those bragging rights of saying, hey, at least we're 3rd place, right? So we'll see what happens between them. YKG, that's the big one, man. I don't know. YKG is a bit of a toss-up. We have seen them fight early on. Whenever we go to pre-mars, whenever they do end up landing on pre-mars, we see them fight with Execute very early on, and anything can happen there. Canadian Eagles and Ace of Spades are definitely going to be keeping a close eye to the elimination feed.
I mean, are we going to have MEZEXIS and Canadian Eagles drop atop each other at Lipovka again, like we saw in the first match today, and of course the first match yesterday? There's always a possibility. This time MEZEXIS went out on it. Canadian Eagles won it previously. There's always that possibility, right? Because MEZEXIS, like 30-something points, you're pretty much safe unless someone has a ridiculous game. Well, actually, multiple teams have to have ridiculous games to be pushed out of top 5. So you never know. Let's actually take a look here at something we haven't done too often. Our stats on Erangel here. Our top performers when it comes to just the finals alone. And Canadian Eagles, they're in there. Extreme Slayers, they're in there as well.
They are in there, but look at the difference between Extreme Slayers and NHyper. The eliminations it's barely 1. So it's not good enough, right? It comes down to those placement points, and we know NHyper can definitely get those placement points. We have seen Extreme Slayers being able to get those, but it's too much of an up and down for me. The big surprise here is Canadian Eagles actually being there. I feel like that's going to be the main one. I feel like NHyper might be able to run away with it. But the other thing too, Jason, is that it is the final match. As soon as somebody gets knocked, as soon as somebody gets eliminated, anybody sees NHyper or any of the top 3, they're gonna be like, let's go for it.
Well, you know what? Let's go as well here. Let's drop into the final match here of PMPL NA Fall 2023. Let's get this one cooking. Here we go, folks. The final game of the PUBG Mobile Pro League North American Finals. Let's see who's going to be our champion. Will it be NHyper or will it be Extreme Slayers? Now, I heard what you said, Seven. I am going to slightly disagree with you. Actually, I'm going to disagree with you completely because I think that if they were going to employ that strategy, it should have been done the last game. If you're going to go ahead and camp a rotation, last game would have been perfect. At this point, I don't think you need to let NHyper breathe at all. You don't even want them to get weapons, nothing. I think you got to take that fight to them right off the rip because if you don't, they're going to sneak away and they're going to put some points up because even if it's just one player up, we've seen them still stack up points. It's crazy.
Yeah, this NHyper team is the most resilient I've ever seen them, right? And like, call it sarcasm, but they practiced as a 3-man for so much of the tournament that when it comes down to just 3, down to just 2, down to just 1, NHyper is going to be putting up the points. And with a 10-point gap, it is, oh man, it's just small enough to make you think like, okay, let's play our game, and if we get a big game, we could pass them up. I wish that point gap was bigger. I wish it was bigger enough to a point where Extreme Slayers are just like, okay, we just drop on. But it's small enough that I feel like they're going to lull themselves into this false sense of potential. If they just get a big game, that they'll pass up NHyper. But NHyper, man, if you don't stop them, no one is. Literally.
Oh, man, and guess what? It ain't gonna happen. NHyper go to their tried and true drop location. No fear. Zero fear from NHyper. And Extreme Slayers don't even go near them. I'm gonna say that decision is nail in the coffin right there. I don't think Extreme Slayers do it. You just open the door for NHyper. It's gonna take the luckiest luck of all lucks to even allow that to happen. With how they've been playing, and especially in one of their main maps, it ain't gonna happen. You had to take that fight to them. You didn't, Extreme Slayers.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's tough.
And this is one of those zones where it's like a 50-50 that when it comes to rotations and how to navigate it, you know NHyper's the best at it, right? If anyone could just smooth right into like center zone, it would be NHyper, just like they did in the last match. If you rewind that game back, NHyper was on the far eastern side of the first circle, of the second circle, and they still managed to get to the best position on the map.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, so that's it. I'm going to say that that's it. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We're going to have to see a miracle run from Extreme Slayers at this point now if they want to make something happen. But I'm going to keep my eyes focused now on who's going to be making it into that top 5, Zute. And it's still a close one. And honestly, Ace of Spades, right? Ace of Spades have a chance. It's not over yet. They need 18 points as well. It's so funny that 18 is that is that amount right there. 18. Extreme Slayers need 10. But man, I'll tell you what. To get 18 points here in the final game, you need to be pushing absolutely everybody nonstop.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question just to throw out there, right? So because NHyper has bullied the entire lobby for so long, do you think there's like a little bit of an inclination that the teams competing are cheering for Extreme Slayers to take first place? So that if a fight does break out, let's say NHyper gets knocked, that they're more likely to push NHyper to help out Extreme Slayers? That could be a thing, because, man,
could be.
NHyper has been bullying everybody. Like, it's not fair. I think everybody's feel the brunt of NHyper on the high ground, or NHyper getting the circle, or NHyper just pulling out easy dubs left and right that maybe coming into the last game, you know, you want to help out Extreme Slayers a little bit just to root for the underdog.
Yeah, this is that definitely could happen because NHyper definitely shot some boxes. That's for sure.
Yes,
coming up
they
to here.
did.
Yeah, but you know what? Even then, if you're a weaker team, hot dropping NHyper, all you're gonna do is feed them, right?
You don't.
So
Yeah.
all you're gonna do is add fuel to the fire. But could you do what Seven said, right? When it comes to camping them rotationally, that's a possibility. you could really punish them if you studied, you did your homework, and you did your route scouting. You could definitely camp one of the rotations and take one of them out early. That would be huge. But you know what, Zute?
Yeah.
They're in last place, so I didn't think they did that homework. You know.
True. If you're not doing too hot, you probably didn't do your homework. And Hyper on the rotation right now. Clear shot straight in. I don't see any potential mishaps for Hyper. As we do get a lot of teams starting to rotate now. This is that potential 50-50 circle, north or the main island. Could go either way. A lot of bridges for crossings right now. You can even wrap to the far northeastern side where Stolber is, and that's where 5KG actually are going to be playing this last match from too.
Oh man, well, I'm looking at, still just staring right now at some of these teams. Wow, I'm so shy of shots. That is the last game, and it's so silent right now. Uh-oh, execute.
They need this. They need this crash, and they need these points. Starting it off good. Casper gets 1. There's 2.
Wow.
Should be an easy, oh wait, kill switch got knocked, sorry. But there is a good nade from Casper, and butterfly effect down to 2.
They need 30 points. 30 points to get into top 5. Execute.
And that's if the 5th place team gets no point.
That's YKG. Yeah.
Oh.
And they're struggling to butterfly effect. Crazy.
Oh, man. How are they? What? So
they lost 2. They lost 2.
So
Extreme Slayers, though. Extreme Slayers could definitely third party this. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. This is perfect for Extreme Slayers. They need all the points. I love this out of Extreme Slayers. We didn't see the hot drop. We didn't see the rotation cutting off, but they are still being proactive and finding points. Let's see if they can find both of these teams here. This is a total of what?
Uh-oh,
5
they're
points?
looking.
There's 2 from Execute they could take, and then 3 from Butterfly Effect. So this is 5 points that they get all of them. Oh, wait. 5 plus 2.
Oh, they're going to get these 2, most likely. Baby Bray misses it right there at the last
He's got
second.
1 more shot. 1 more spray.
1 more spray, half spray. Can he get 1? He didn't go for tires?
Hayuya's chasing it down, though.
He needs these points. He needs them. They're on the hunt. They are on the hunt.
Down. Keep going. Keep going. Nice.
Got
There's
1.
1. Chase him all the way down.
Don't go for the run over. Yeah. Go for fate.
Yeah,
that is the strategy.
Follow him in.
He's going to catch him with that buggy. He's going to catch up to him. And and Fate's slowing down. Oh, no, he's giving it up. Maybe? Or trying to cut him off? Oh, if he hit that. Oh, that would have been insane. Oh, if he would have hit that.
But hey, he stopped there. They could chase him in. I mean, it's a question between playing the zone and then getting that 1 point. They left Butterfly Effect, by the way, which was...
Go for zone.
3 players. I think, yeah, Butterfly Effect had 3 players, so... Ooh, I think the adrenaline kicking in, right? They're, hey, you always got to make sure. Deny vehicles, right? But
Absolutely.
with the adrenaline kicking in, I think they kind of messed that up. They could have also left 1 player to camp Butterfly Effect. Or at least keep tabs on Butterfly Effect. That was more points. That was 3 versus the 2 from Execute. So they saw Execute drive away, and they all tunnel vision on Execute, it looked like.
Yeah, it would have been huge, but it's also like you need big points, right? Because you have to assume, like, since you didn't go for Hyper, you have to assume that they're going to also pop off. So you need major points here. Now, that's 3, okay? 7 more to go to tie. And I think Extreme Slayers win the tie, by the way. They have 4 chicken dinners.
That does come in factor, for sure.
Yeah, they have 4 chicken dinners compared to Hyper's 1. So Hyper definitely have to watch out for that 1 factor. Meanwhile, Hyper are going to be at that gas station right there near Rosnok and Yasnaya. Yep, they're big chilling here. This is a scary spot. It's semi-strong, but it gets weak from a lot of positions. So let's see how they decide to hold it here. It really just depends on how these players play it out because it's weak to that little ridge line that's right next to them.
I'm going to say something bold.
Yeah.
I'm going to say something bold right now, Jukes.
Go ahead.
We don't usually see Hyper all 4 stacked in 1 spot.
Uh-oh, right? Yeah, you're right.
Especially
no, don't say it.
Especially a spot like this.
Okay, I think they're finally coming to grips with maybe they're realizing like we're doing something too different now.
They're playing too passive, too scared.
Oh, no.
Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. If there's any
I-
way for NHyper to lose this, it would be like this exactly. Where the pressure's really on, they get a little bit too scared and too passive.
You couldn't have said it better. You honestly couldn't have said it better. The second it started to come out of your mouth, I was just like, oh no, you know? Because you're right. If NHyper is going to go down, that's the exact way. You know, they have a lead and they throw it. I remember before, I think it was America's Championships, Zoo, where you said it, that you didn't even want NHyper in first place.
Right.
You wanted them in second. Right?
Right.
Because you wanted them to work for it. You didn't want them to get too comfortable and do exactly what they're doing right now.
I didn't want them to feel the pressure of losing first. I wanted them to feel like the momentum or not the hunger for second to first. But when you're in first already, all you feel is pressure. When you're in second place, you and your boys are like, all right, let's do this. Last game, let's take that first place. When you're in first place, and especially with NHyper, it's like, oh no. We can't choke this. We cannot choke this. Let's not mess anything up here. And ultimately, that leads to messing up. Extreme Slayers on the Northeast do have a difficult position to work in from. Definitely doable, though. And Hyper, they're in a spot to just turtle up right now. They're not going to be looking to pick up too many points. They're looking to just stay alive.
They're going to get crashed. They're going to get crashed. They're in a really bad spot. They're in a really bad spot.
They have a good spot, though, to fend off crashes, because I think too many teams will be looking in on them if a team does crash. I don't think any team's going to crash that.
I think it's a bad spot in general, because if a team does crash that, you know a third party's coming immediately after.
Yeah, for sure.
So they have to... The problem with that gas station, and the reason why I think it's so anti-NHyper, because NHyper does such a great job of being able to shoot players before they even get close, right? That wall behind them limits that exact factor. So a team can push up on them on their backside at any moment they want. And if that fight happens at all, a third party's going to come and they're going to get absolutely torn up.
I mean, I think NHyper realizes Ren has separated. You see that. Ren is holding a split as this fight is breaking out between Lotus. Lotus down to one. Kindness picking up
stealing
points. Yeah, that is huge for them to have split up right there. And that one player splitting off just picked them up a couple of points. All right. Okay. Now, if it was old NHyper, they all four still stay in that little gas station. But this NHyper, they split up. That's so good to see.
Yes, it is. Because if they would have been all just chilling in that building, I would have been like, oh, what are you doing? But I think they finally realized that, hey, we have to change, guys. We cannot continue to do this. We've lost too many tournaments from doing this exact strategy. So, big heads-up play to have a little bit of a split here. And they do get some nice little steals in the process, at least one. And that negates one of the points from Extreme Slayers. So that goes from 7 points to now 8.
Extreme Slayers on the Northeast are in a fight with Ace of Spades right now, actually. I'm looking at the map feed. Ace of Spades, one of them knocked. We should really take a look at that fight happening on the Northeastern side. Extreme Slayers, not in the zone. They still got to work their way in. Next circle, they don't have too many options to play from on the Northeast. The YKG is in front of them. SLR is also in front of them when they have to move into circle. And it looks like Ace of Spades have managed to push off Extremes. Is Extreme Slayers down players? They're down to 3 players.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers are
Kindness
down to 3.
is finished.
Oh, wow. Kindness going down is brutal. And look, Koi, try to go. What was Kindness even doing on this other side of the wall? That's what I was talking about.
We just congratulated them for splitting up for finding points. So it's a give and take, Jukes. You can't just flip the switch on them just because one of them got knocked and finished.
But this is what I was talking about. I understand doing splits, right? But this wall is the worst. This is why I said it was so anti-NHyper, because there's no cover here, right? In order to shoot or even attempt to take shots at players going on this side of the map, you have to leave that wall. And if you get knocked there, you're finished. Next zone shifts away from NHyper and shifts from Excuse. This is a bad game from Excuse here. They're in a really bad spot. They're going to have to fight their way to victory if they want to get this done.
Extreme Slayers, they're down to 3. That is bad. That is really bad. They need all 4 up to try and catch up to NHyper. NHyper, how many points did NHyper pick up? Only 1, and they lost a player. And this is going to be a tough rotation for them into this zone. Let's see how in Hyper play this out. Meanwhile, in the dead center zone, Canadian Eagles at the gas station. Maybe there's a chance. Nah, I don't think so. I think.
Well, I mean, it's a maybe. It's a maybe, right? If they would have to win the game. They would have to win the game and with crazy eliminations. They have the position to do so. And Ed Hyper picking up some free points onto the last place team. They'll take those all day long, and that's 3 compared to Extreme Slayers 3. So now it's still a 10-point gap.
Yeah, so I know Kindness went down, but I like seeing in Hyper realize we have a better chance of holding on to first by looking for elimination points right now than playing the rest of the game with 3 with such a tough zone shift. So they are just exploring their options. Old and Hyper immediately. We're down to 3. Let's not lose another player. Let's try and go into zone, right? And then they lose everybody, not pick up a single point. So in Hyper, it's, you know, they're going to make mistakes still, Jukes, but at least they're realizing the right choices to make, in my opinion.
Gotta agree. Gotta agree. Look at Extreme Slayers, though. They did make it into this next circle right here on this edge.
Oh, this is huge.
Yeah, this is huge. Now, this is a decent... He has to protect that car. Yep, that's 100% what he has to do. He realized it. He's going to go and protect it because it's going to be hard to get into this next circle for them. So let's see what Extreme Slayers opts to do. They have a lot of sight lines kind of going in a little bit, but the thing is that shoreline is being covered by quite a few teams. So this next rotation is going to be pretty dangerous for Extreme Slayers.
We've seen in Hyper also pull off magic from a similar spot right here with 3. Can they do it again? As hold on, Koi is actually in a very fast, or not a fast, a forward position inside the zone. So in Hyper, just moving around, trying to get as much info as they can. Extreme Slayers, I'm gonna say Extreme Slayers is kind of pinned in too, but PASSIONFRUIT is looking dead at Extreme Slayers. There's no one else really for PASSIONFRUIT to look at. And next circle shift, if Extreme Slayers lose the zone, which they most likely will, PASSIONFRUIT is going to be gatekeeping them hard.
Well, I'll tell you what, Canadian Eagles need to turn up the aggression, and they need to do it right now because they need crazy points, and they are going like that. You know, so it's tough because Canadian Eagles have 0, and they need at least, what, like 18 eliminations if they want to make it to top 5. So for them to be sitting right now is just not the play. I mean, I know they don't have much choice, but still, I mean, they don't have a choice either way.
Well, they need 18 points, not 18 eliminations. So with the chicken, they just need 8. But that's also YKG getting none. And where's YKG at? YKG is on the south side. YKG still has 4 up. And no matter where the circle goes, I mean, especially with a circle like that, YKG is picking up at least 3 points. At the very worst, in my opinion. They're going to pick up 3 points.
Oh, boy. Well, let's see.
Extreme Slayers, this is a tough one for them.
Yeah, Extreme Slayers are in a really bad spot. They're going to have to deal with free point. This zone is toxic. They're going to have to push up. I mean, the only real path is like that shoreline through that bridge and on down, but they're going to be fighting every team on in. So they're going to probably go out doing that. And if they try to go and hug the zone to go to the other side, they're dealing with BOPE, YKG, PASSIONFRUIT on the rotation. It's just bad all around.
Man, Extreme Slayers. Maybe should have just dropped on in Hyper.
Telling you, they had to. I think that they had to. The fact that they even gave Hyper any room to breathe. I will say that Hyper made some very tough decisions. Yeah, they got that point.
What a save.
What a save, yeah.
Yeah. Hoyoyo's last one up.
Is it a save, though? I mean, he's not even going to get these reses off, I think.
Blue zone, how fast is it closing?
Pretty quick.
Oh, it's not. Wait, is the blue zone moving? I think, it looks like it's closing very slowly.
Yeah,
so he's definitely got time to revive one. I think both. But the problem is, how are they going to make it into the circle?
It's going to be tough.
Nope,
yep.
blue zone.
I told you.
You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. They're gone.
They're gone! They're gone!
And Hyper!
Hey, congratulations, in Hyper, right? You have won it. Beautifully done and executed, right? I mean, 4 eliminations. They're still up, just having fun at this point. This is what we like to see right here. And I will say, right, they were able to clutch it up. I would have liked to see, I hate teams that just don't change their strategy, that just do the same thing at the last second, you know? But, you know what? Hyper takes advantage of it. They do what Hyper does, and they soak up a bunch of points for a nice little victory lap here in the PMPL NA Finals.
Imagine and Hyper actually win this match too. Like,
Oh, it'd be wild.
I mean, it's doable. Usually I wouldn't say it's
Execute.
doable given their
Done.
position.
Not
That's
making it.
execute out. And execute. That's also
Can't
a
believe it.
team that, oof, I'll just leave it at that, right? Fight still
Canadian
continues.
Eagles!
Passion Fruit. Hey, I want to see Passion Fruit come out with a huge win. Just because it's Passion Fruit. They have probably most improved by far when
Yes.
it comes to the finals.
Clutching it up. BULUC gets a nice knock on the Bob,
Oh,
and
let's
here,
go.
here they come.
Push it
And
in.
this is desperation time for Canadian Eagles. They need to get aggressive at a certain point. Oh, those nades couldn't be better, and that is Canadian Eagles' dreams.
Oh,
Gone.
SLR coming in with the nades from the Riverside. Man, just getting sandwiched by nades right there. And that is
Had
that
to
is
move
Canadian.
though, but
Canadian
honestly, like
Eagles is out.
they had to move. I think that they needed too many points to just sit there. I think they had to get aggressive, especially realizing that there's only there was only 20 something remaining. They needed at least probably 8 eliminations more. It's just yeah, but you know what? That's gonna be it. So our top 5 is pretty much confirmed because yeah, Ace of Spades is gone. Execute, Canadian Eagles. Yep. And Puppeteer. Yeah, so top 5. Well, you know who's gonna go into the Americas, Zute? Out of those 5, who do you have the most hope for?
Out of those 5, well, obviously in Hyper. So let's not pick in Hyper, right? If we had to pick another team, out of the top 5, ooh, I want to say Extreme Slayers, right?
Okay.
But the inner voice in me, the primal urge in me to pick Passion
Juancho.
is there.
Juancho.
I know.
Yes.
Passion.
Juanchito.
I'm
Come
a
on,
fan.
baby. I'm a fan too, man. I want to see them pop off, you know? I still have faith in YKG, right? I want to see them
I don't know.
do their homework. Huh?
I don't know. I don't know about like.
I-
Okay, they did good
I-
enough in the finals to get top 5, so
Sure.
they did do that. I'll
Yeah,
give them
I-
that much.
I have hope. You know, I have hope because I know what the team couldn't do when they're firing on all cylinders. Something's wrong. I don't know what it is. They don't seem to have that confidence, right? They just seem to be making some silly mistakes. Like that push we saw from Joey in the last match was just kind of like, what? You know?
Yeah.
So, not sure exactly what's going on with them, but if they could tighten things up, they're going to have some time to do it. Not a lot of time, but they're a squad that I think that's definitely going to do their homework and do their due diligence, and hopefully they come, you know, back into the Americas looking like an entirely different squad.
Yeah, the downtime is going to be huge. It's going to be a huge factor. BULUC goes down here. Let's see how
Juancho!
crazy Passion Fruit can get here. You could tell Passion Fruit is just having fun right now. It's all Juancho! Juancho for the clutch! The DBS! The man, the myth, the legend! He's not getting any damage in. The toast!
You don't need to. You don't need to.
Oh,
He's Juancho.
the molly.
Molotov, baby. Oh, a little too short. A little too short. Gun switch.
Ooh,
Lay down.
grenade. Oh man, look at the nerves of steel out of Juancho.
Blue zone on his back. Has to jump up.
That's good!
Man. Juancho!
Nerves of steel. I think a lot of players under that much pressure would have just ran up with the DBS and taken the 50-50, right? Like either
Telling
pop him on the left side or the right side, and we'll leave it at that. But Juancho using mollies, grenades, everything, man. This player is something else. This team should really, you know, look at Juancho and be like, how can I be more like Juancho?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I ask myself that question every single morning when I look into the mirror. And he does go down there to 24K. But you know what? It is okay because he's going to go to Americas. And we'll see how him and the rest of the squad can do. Chico doing a little victory lap right there. Now looking to possibly push it. That's actually a really good bowl. That's actually one of the spots, one of my favorite spots here when we have a zone like this.
Yeah, he can save Juancho still.
You can. Those are some nice smokes. Chico's going to have to go for a 1v1.
Oh,
He's going to
and
go for a run over. Ooh, almost gets it.
Oh, Chico.
Oh, surprised he didn't get
Oh,
shot
wait.
up there.
He runs over.
he did?
Oh, man.
He got it? Wow, I thought he
Yeah.
didn't.
Nah, he did. He did.
Nice.
And Hyper's still in this lobby, by the way.
It's wild. How are
Just
these
don't-
guys still
Don't
up?
let In Hyper win.
I'm telling you, I told you though, right? No matter
Yeah.
what, these
If no one
guys
stops them-
survive.
Yeah, exactly.
They survive. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's like the... I don't want to make the comparison, but I'll tell you what. There's a certain creature that's like going to survive like atomic bombs. That's them, you know?
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's so crazy. These guys don't go down. Like, you can just try. You could use all the spray in the world, right? And they just keep coming back. And they find crates.
I'm just trying to think, like, going down memory lane for this whole entire tournament. When have In Hyper been just stopped? There was that Vikendi on, like, day one. But ever since then...
Sorry, go ahead.
Ever since then, I don't think there's been a definitive moment where we're like, In Hyper just got stopped.
Yep.
They
It's
don't-
crazy.
They don't get hard stop. They
Nope.
just chug it out. Like, 1 player, 2 player, 3 player. It doesn't matter. They'll make it to, like, almost the very end. 24K
Yeah.
gets naded. Oh,
The only team that, like, the big team that had the big brain to do so was Alpha 7, right? In the last Americas. And that's because they had the heads up to allow other teams to fight them, right? There was a situation in that last game where there was a team that was rotating towards N Hyper, and Alpha 7 could have beamed them out their vehicles, but instead said, hey, let's let them live, let them fight N Hyper, and then we'll just third party and clean them all up. And that's exactly what they did. So that's one thing I want to see N Hyper really grasp
take
is
him
awareness of when to allow teams to live,
oh, GK first still alive. He just got
Still
shot
alive?
from 2 different angles.
Toe shot
him
up,
out.
beat
Take him
up,
out.
won't go down. Telling
Nope.
you.
Oh,
La cucaracha.
Chico.
BK first, don't
Oh,
go
I thought he
down.
had a nade. Who's going to take this match? So YKG, Wall Street Bets, In Hyper. Any of them could win. Oh, looks like Wall Street Bets is going to stop looking at In Hyper. And
Gotta-
finally,
Top three.
3.
Top
Crazy.
3. Unreal. But hey, you know what? Wall Street Bet, Slimmy, one of the players I definitely want to see more from here in NA. We didn't get to see too much of him here in the finals. I know he was getting swapped out quite a bit. I think this player has a lot of potential. I want to see him on a solid roster going on forward. Meanwhile, we got to see YKG, right? Looking to finish up with the chicken dinner and just say, hey, we're ready for Americas.
Yeah. I want to see them, finish this out strong. They have been shaky, right? That's the term we've used constantly. And as shaky as they are, they're still doing a good job, but we want more out of YKG. Chico pressing in. Nice shots. Yeah, 2v1 now. Should be an easy finish for this side of YKG.
Yeah, Slimmy not having any first aids, nothing. He had that Vector, and Fears just too good right there. The Fears needs to come prime time, like coming into Americas. You know what I'm saying? These guys need to drink some of that secret stuff. They need to come in to Americas looking refreshed and ready to go. Meanwhile, it's just Cordy. He has an angle of both. He can win this game. Oh my gosh, that was too close.
Uh-oh. He's going to get the confirmation.
1v1.
Taking it down to a 1v1. Chico clutches this, though, right? Oh,
No
stun!
toss, smoke.
Stun grenade!
Oh, stun grenade, he's blind!
Oh!
He has to win it! Wow! Beautifully done.
In style.
Wow! Stun grenade finish? Let's go. That's how you end the PMPL NA finals right there. YKG with the chicken dinner.
Yeah. Oh, I think that was planned. That was on purpose. Make it the 1v1. Give him false confidence. And I got the stun. I got the stun in hand. Don't worry. I'm going to win this.
Dude,
9
you just-
eliminations.
Oh.
Good win for YKG to end the finals of North America. And I think out of all the teams that really needed a win on the last one, as far as, for their mental going into the finals of Americas, it would be YKG, right? In Hyper,
sure.
they don't need it. They're chilling. Extreme Slayers had such a huge glow up, right? Coming into the finals. They don't need the win. Passionfruit is just on another one.
Yep.
And then MEZEXIS, I think they did great throughout the entire finals. They even got hot dropped and lost, but they still managed to make it in. So YKG, I think, is a team that really needed the win as far as the mental goes into the grand finals of Americas.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done. I gotta give a big shout out to all the teams that participated, guys. A lot of y'all don't give up, right? One team in particular, 4-1-2. Some of these other squads that did so well. But you know what? Of course, it's NHyper who are going to be your champions. So beautifully done. And you can see that right there. Boom! These guys had one heck of a tournament from league stage all the way to finals, Zoo.
And they did everything. They played aggressive. They played passive when needed to. They did the splits. They did the rotations. I think their playbook is the thickest out of any of the teams in North America.
Yeah, I will say that last game got a little shaky there with them thinking that I thought they were going to go back to that passive strategy style.
Oh, yeah,
but
we saw
you know what?
for it.
But they made some adjustments, right? They made some adjustments. They survived, made it into top 3 regardless. These guys have what it takes as long as they're able to just keep that nerves under control, right? And just play their game. They're definitely a huge contender here, Zoo.
Yeah, well, Alpha 7 is waiting for them. That is their kryptonite, Chooks. Oh, can't wait to see. I can't wait to see.
I'm so excited, guys. Thank you. That's it for me and Zoo. We're going to take it to the highlights and to the desk to wrap things up.
Man, NHyper, you gave us a little bit of a scare here during the finals, but a big shout out to you guys for closing things out and becoming our champions. Not ever the bridesmaid anymore. You are now the bride, which I guess it kind of works for this. As they take home the trophy, they get into regionals, and of course, they're already through into the PMGC League stage. Man, 7, pretty happy, honestly, NHyper. One, I think they deserved it. Now I'm excited to see what they can do in the next event, and of course, to get ready for what's coming around the corner in November.
They definitely deserved it, and the biggest question mark for me, I mean, with Koi, the way he was performing the first 2 days, the way he was performing in the league stage, I felt like especially this final day, we saw a different Koi that was able to help him out and being able to clutch up the moments they needed to clutch up. Good to see out of NHyper.
All right, let's take a look at our overalls, though, and just kind of lock it in for sure. We obviously know who the top 5 are going to be, but you obviously need to see where everyone else is around the leaderboards. Have Excuse coming in at the very bottom at 46 points, unfortunately, but a big step up as you go up the leaderboard in points. I mean, 46 to 100 points for Puppeteer. We saw a little bit of life out of Puppeteer 7, but not as much as we were hoping for.
Yeah, a little bit too late, too, and as you mentioned, too, not not as much as we were hoping to. I do want to see some of the other ones. Oh, Canadian Eagles actually ended up getting passed by SPADES. That's quite a surprise by 1 point to Execute. Man, that's actually a big surprise for me, not seeing them within the top 5. I thought this team, being able to stay a little bit longer for another split, going to be able to maybe challenge the top 5. MEZEXIS gets that top 5 spot. YKG gets the top 4, which means as we move up the leaderboard here, PASSIONFRUIT Esports is able to clutch up that 3rd place. That's actually good to see.
I think what's even more impressive looking at these leaderboards is the fact that NHyper have 1 chicken dinner. So 54 placement points outside of that chicken dinner, whereas Extreme Slayers have only 27 placement points out of their 4 chicken dinners they've had. I mean, NHyper did it with consistency. And the thing was, they looked more mortal in these finals, I feel like, than they looked like throughout the entire league phase.
Yeah, they haven't. I feel like that's usually the NHyper issue when we get to finals, when it's not a month-long tournament. They tend to start slow. And talking about biggest question mark now that we know that they qualify to Americas, now that we know that they're going to be going to PMGC League stage, not even getting that far ahead, just Americas. I'm focusing on Americas right now for NHyper. It's going to have to be don't start slow, because you don't want to give any of the Brazilian teams or any of the Latin teams a bit of a gap, because if I'm not mistaken, I think it's going to be 4 days in America. You can't afford a slow start for NHyper.
That's true. Obviously, with teams like was Influence, Rage, they came through as the champions of Brazil into this one. They are always a dominating force to deal with. We always talk about Alpha 7, but honestly, I feel like we have a new king of Brazil, and I feel like it is Influence Rage when we do get to there, and we get to see them again potentially in the regionals. Well, not potentially, we will see them in the regionals. But what about MVP, man? Like, it's got to be someone from Hyper, in my opinion. I think it's almost got to be GK first with how he's been
Is
playing.
it finals?
Yeah.
Is it for
MVP
finals or
finals.
is it for the whole tournament?
Oh, it's a whole tournament.
Oh, kindness, easy. I want to see the finals, actually. I feel like finals will be different.
Is it kindness?
But yeah, kindness. It has to be. He was playing out of his mind, dude. GK first didn't actually start popping off until phase 3, and then he actually performed pretty well here in the finals too. But I feel like kindness overall, if we're talking about all the phases and finals,
are you willing to take a bet on this? Because I'm pretty confident it's got to be GK first. I didn't look or anything.
I didn't look. As your eyes are just looking to the side.
Because I already locked in my pick of him. I'm actually checking myself who it's going to be. But I already
It
locked
has to
him
be
in.
kindness. It has to be kindness.
Okay.
For the tournament. For the whole tournament. I'm not
Okay.
saying for the finals. For the whole tournament.
Okay. Well, let's see. Who's our MVP of the whole event?
Somebody's going to get showered with Monster Energy. And it's going to be Jason.
So you
Because
should have taken the bet.
kindness.
You should have taken the bet.
Get out of here. But
didn't
wait,
take
I
it.
mean, look at those numbers. 168 eliminations, 3,600 damage, and the average survival time, I feel like that's one of those.
36,000 damage.
Yeah.
3,600. That would be impressive with 168 eliminations. 36,000, man. That's so much.
That is an insane amount. This boy got 168. He got more elims by himself than some of these teams did.
Yeah.
Probably here in finals. Obviously, completely different amount of matches, but still, like for one player to be able to perform like this, and as I was talking about earlier at the beginning of the day with the player study of him being able to perform, to step up to the plate after they lost QZC and actually being able to stay consistent for them too. Usually don't really tend to see that out of players, and this is when superstars are actually being able to be built, and I feel like Kindless definitely got that potential to be a superstar. I can't wait to see what they do in Americas, and I can't wait to see what they do whenever we do get to PMGC League stage.
Oh man, it's gonna be insane PMGC this year. That's all I can say. But I will let you know, GK First was MVP of the finals, just the finals,
Yes.
just barely over kindness there. So kind of both won, I guess, in that one in some sense. But man, any final words from you? Because we're all done. We're out of here until October 5th is when the regionals kick off.
Okay. No, I'm actually happy that Hyper was able to get the win here. I'm happy that they were able to close it out. I'm not happy. I wish it would have been a little bit more dominant, honestly, if I'm nitpicking them, and I'm gonna continue to nitpick them because I really want them to get to PMGC Grand Finals at some point. But I'm happy with the way they were able to perform. I'm looking forward to seeing how Koi's going to be able to perform in Americas too, how quick he's going to be able to readjust if his current roles doesn't end up working out for them. And a big surprise, Extreme Slayers. I did not have them at all in my top 3, and I'm really happy for this team to be able to perform really well in league stage and back it up here when we came to the finals. I feel like they need to stop relying on Remix too much, and they need to figure out their placement points a little bit more, because we know they can frag out, especially if they rally behind Remix. But overall, I'm happy. I'm happy with the state of NA. There's actually some promising teams here and some promising players that we have seen this season.
Well, man, I even have to give like a couple of shout outs to obviously teams outside of like the norm, right? Like 412 Nomads. I know they didn't perform on the finals, but they were so consistent during league stage. I was so proud to see how well they could do coming in at 4th place, I believe it was, overall in our league stage. Hopefully this experience will help them come back next season and be able to perform better when it's these quick, small stint tournaments. Even Lotus, I mean, I know they were lacking on the elim game, but you know what? This is like good to see them have the 5th place result at the end of our league stage. Again, not too well in the finals. The PASSIONFRUIT, man, I think that's the real one for me, to be able to be the dumpster fire they were in week 1, to come back to the kings they became in the finals. I think this is such a great story to them, and honestly, I have hopes for them in regionals. I hope they could potentially be a team to maybe make it into PMGC League stage. Who knows?
Ooh, I hope they work on that synergy. They got some time. Work on that synergy.
Momentum and synergy. That's all they need. And well, ladies and gentlemen, a big shout out to obviously you guys as well who were tuning in throughout this last month. And of course, our production team staying up till the wee hours of the morning to make sure we can bring you the high quality show that we bring you every single time during PMPL. But you know what? October 5th through October 8th, that's when regionals are going to be kicking off for Americas. And of course, you have Europe regionals kicking off later in October. And then November, it's going to be PMGC. Hope you guys aren't tired just yet, because we have so much more PUBG Mobile action to come this year. And we'll see you guys then.
but Bane comes in.
He does it! He does